Well, good morning. We get out here and nice morning to start out in your Cotswold show. A really nice kind of a ram, really eye appealing off to the side. A really athletic sheep as he moves about to ring, real straight down his top, balances up well enough from the side. One that handles with some length of hind saddle. One that's good about his angles. Just a nice kind of a ram. Congratulations.
Placing on our white yearling ram class for the Cotswold Show, first place goes to Meyer, 2152, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Judging our National Border Leicester show today is Chris Meyer from Aaronsville, Illinois. Chris is a grain farmer and livestock operation. He raises Cotswolds, Hampshires, and Oxfords. He and his wife Megan have two daughters, Kinsey and Addison, and the girls are heavily involved showing at junior shows across the country. And judging our Cotswold show today is Alex Wolf from Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock along with his wife Melissa and their three children. They raise registered natural colored sheep as well as club lambs. Alex currently serves on the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program Board. Let's welcome both Alex and Chris to your shows this morning.
Two really nice bucks out here and a little different in their type and kind. The buck we're opting to start with, the more complete, more correct ram, the one that gives me the better look off the side. Love him about his angulation. I think one that's really level down that top, really good through the front third of his skeleton. He does move around the ring freer and easier for me today, and he's also the better top, better hip sheep out here. We've got a large outlined ram here in second, one you appreciate for that extra grow. With that being said, he's getting just a notch deeper in terms of that chest for me today compared to his counterpart. One, it's a notch straighter off of both ends compared to that ram as well, but two really nice rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cotswold Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 2, Meyer 2211, Kinsey Meyer at Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 3, Meyer 2212, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Good morning, everyone here. It's a pleasure to be here at your Border Leicester show here. Today we're going to start off with a really complete type of Border Leicester ram here. He's really square made. You get your hands on him. He's the thickest bodied type of ram in this class. He's given up some overall length compared to the two behind him, but just a really sound fleece type of sheep, sound footed, big rugged bone under him. I just really appreciate this ram, and we'll stick him in the number one hole today. The pair of rams we have in second and third are a little similar in their type and kinds. Really long bodied type of sheep. The ram in second, I think, travels just a little tick better than off his back wheels compared to the ram in third. Maybe a little better fleece when I crack open the fleece. I'd like to fix him down his top a little bit, maybe straighten him up over the hip, but a really solid place for the second place ram there. The ram in third, another really eye-appealing ram, really long-sided ram. Maybe I'd like to fix him in the bridge area in the back there just a little bit, maybe make him track a little sounder off the back wheels, but a really solid class of yearling rams. Congratulations.
Over here on the Cotswold side again, a really nice kind of individual to start with. One that balances really well from the side. He's a really good profiling type of a sheep. One that offers you a ton in terms of length and extension. And then you get over top of him. Super square. He's probably one of the bigger top sheep we've handled out here today. One I think could have stood quite a bit more competition. Nice ram to start with. Coming to the ram here in second. One that's just a little greener for me today. I love the outline of this ram. I think he's got some bright days ahead of him. Today he just doesn't have the mass and power to go against the ram we're going to start with.
For the Border Leicesters, your national show for the yearling Rams in the white division, first place goes to Week, Overlook Manor Farm, 5981. Nancy Week and Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. Second place to entry number 1, P. Hopkins, 2101. Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. And third to entry number 2, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Placing on the white junior Ram Lambs for the Cotswold Show, first place to entry 4, Meyer, 2229, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry 5, Meyer, 2228, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now showing pair Ram Lambs. We'll follow that with the class of for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Placing on the Cotswold class of white pair Ram Lambs, first place went to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Five really nice rams out here in your white Cotswold division to sort through for your champion ram, and you analyze them. Really structurally sound rams. Really nice fleeces on these as well. I know we haven't had a lot of competition to go through and really or talk about the fleeces on the mic, but really nice fleeces on these sheep. Now, that being said, when we get out here, I think there's two that it comes down to pretty quick, and that's the young lady to my left. I think that's an awful nice ram. He offers you a lot in terms of power. Just a really sound individual. He's going to go ahead and be your champion today. We're going to follow him up with the young man directly ahead for reserve. Congratulations.
For our Cotswold show, the white grand champion ram goes to entry number 4 out of the white junior ram lamb class, Meyer 2229, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve grand champion came out of the senior ram lamb class, entry 2, Meyer 2211, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
Really attractive type of ram to start this class off with here. One that you got to really appreciate when you get your hands on him. He's really thick topped. He's long. He's level hipped. Really beautiful fleece when you crack it open. Just a really solid ram that stands on a good set in feet and legs. It gets a little closer in second, third, and you got to put some priorities in different places here. Today I'm going to use the ram in second here. He's a really long-sided type of sheep. He's a good-footed type of sheep too. Really beautiful headed. Just a ram that's got that extra length and body to go along with some correctness to him. Maybe a ram that don't have the overall natural thickness when I put his hands on him compared to the ram in third, but a ram I think deserves the second hole for me today. The ram in third, another really profound type of sheep, kind of similar built to the one in first, but a ram that shortens up for me today. You know, maybe I'd like to fix the little bridge wool in the back there, but a really beautiful, good tracking type of ram to stick in third. Congratulations.
Placing on the Border Leicester class of January Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry number 4, Fogel, 1128, Maryland Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Second place to entry 5, Hickory Grove, 822, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Third place to entry number 3, Maryland Fogel, Raymond, Ohio.
we get out here in the female show and a great set of yearling ewes out here, 3 of them. The ewe we're going to start with, she is definitely the massive bodied type of a sheep in this class. One, when you get over top of her, she's extremely wide from her rack all the way back to her hip, really opened up through the center portion of her skeleton. I think the main advantage she has is when we set her into motion, she's the freer and easier moving one of the group. You get off to the side, she's the one with some added underline and depth of body. We come to a ewe here in second. I like this female a great deal. I think she paints a really good picture off the side. Extremely elegant up through the front third of her skeleton. Really straight down her top. She handles with adequate thickness. She gives up a little bit in terms of rib shape for me today and depth of body. But with that, she's also got a beautiful fleece. These guys brought her out highly presented. That's a nice ewe there in second. Coming to the ewe here in third. Another really big bodied type of ewe. One you appreciate for the mass and everything else. One that runs out a little bit in terms of fleece quality as I get back into that bridge. We set this one into motion. She gets just a notch straighter off of both ends for me today compared to the 2 contemporaries. We're going to stand up higher. Nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of white yearling ewes for the Cotswold Show. First place to entry 8, Meyer 2148, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry 7, Garrett 609, Kinley Garrett, Albion, Illinois. Third to entry 6, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the pair of white Cotswold yearling ewes, first place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now ready for senior ewe lambs.
a nice pair of ewe lambs out here and different in their type and kind again. But the one we're going to start with is just a bigger top sheep. She's really wide down her top, coming back in that loin and hip. She's a notch better there in her hip and hind leg as well. One that balances up really well from the side. Just a super bodied type of female. When you analyze her in terms of her contemporary, maybe not quite as long, and you get off to the side of them, you come in here in second. Really long-sided type of sheep. One you appreciate for the growth. She's a tall-shouldered one, but with that being said, she's just a notch straighter off of both ends. One that just doesn't have quite the overall thickness and mass that we're seeing in the class winner.
Placing on the Cotswold White Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 10, Meyer 2201, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 11, Meyer 2202, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
We get into this Border Leicester Ram Lamb class here. We're going to start off the class with a big outline type of sheep that really straighten its line, stands on a good set of feet and legs. Really appreciate it when you crack open its fleece. Where it excels, the class here, I think, extremely, really thick down that top, and it's really long and level out over that hip there too. Ram in second, just a little pretty design type of sheep. One that I'd like to fix him when he gets out on the move a little bit off those front wheels. Really a thick-bodied type of sheep. Maybe don't have the length quite like the one ahead of him, but really beautiful fleece when you crack it open. Just a really square made. Fits in the second hole for me nicely today. Another big, rugged type of sheep in third. Probably one of the stouter bone sheep in the class. One I'd like to just fix him off the back wheels, maybe give him a little more set, maybe he don't track quite as easy, but another one that's really beautiful fleece on him, just a really an outstanding one in third. We're going to round out the class with two bucks here in fourth and fifth, bucks that are just giving up a little bit of fleece quality to the bucks ahead of them, maybe not structurally as sound as the ones ahead of them, but a really good class of bucks here. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of February Ram Lambs for the White Border Leicester Show, first place goes to entry number 8, 2104, Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. Second to entry number 9, H. Barkley, 2225, Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 6, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. 4 to entry 10, Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. And 5 to entry number 7, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois.
out here on the Cotswold side. A trio of really nice ewe lambs, and the one we're going to start with, I think, does so rather handily. Really pretty off to the side. Love the extension of this sheep. One that's super level down her top. She handles with adequate thickness, walks around on a good set of feet and legs, and she's got the added bonus as well. She's one of the best fleece females we've seen out here today. I like that one quite a bit. We come to a large outline ewe here in second, one you appreciate for the extra grow that this girl has brought out here. With that being said, I need to change this one off its rear too drastically to be able to go ahead and challenge. We come to the ewe here in third, and one that is a little more moderate in her frame score. I think one that's built really cool, really wide back into that loin and hip. One that's got some angulation about the front end of its skeleton. You get into the fleece and a nice enough fleece on it compared to the contemporaries. It's just a little too short for me today, especially when we handle it in that hind saddle compared to them two. One that really didn't want to cooperate for these young ladies. They're doing a great job. Nice class. Congratulations.
Here in the Border Leicester late Ram Lamb class here, we got two individuals here. We're going to use the one that really a neat profiling type of sheep, really long-sided. Really got to appreciate it when you get your hands on him. He's really straight down that top, level over that hip, and carries a uniform fleece from front to rear. Ram in second, another square-made type of sheep, one that I'd like to just stretch out compared to the one ahead of him, maybe level it over the head, level it over its hip a little bit, and maybe to be able to compete with the one ahead of it. But two nice individuals. Congratulations.
For the Cotswold White Junior Ewe Lamb class, first place went to entry 15, Meyer 2262, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry 12, Meyer 2230, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. And third place to entry 13, Eastern Wyoming College, Torrington, Wyoming. Placing on the white pair of ewe lambs for the Cotswolds, first place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. For the March and later Ram Lambs for the Open Border Leicester White Division, first place goes to entry 12. Gargis Girls 198, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 11, Hickory Grove 2922, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Placing on the Border Leicester White pair Ram Lambs, first place goes to Marilyn Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Second place, Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. Third to Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois.
As we get out here and analyze these 6 females for your overall champion Cotswold U, I think all 6 of them really good representatives of the breed out here. Extremely stylish type of ewes. Great tops, great ribs in these sheep, and again, the fleeces and the foundation at the ground. Just great animals. Today, for me, I think there's one that wins it rather logically in terms of what I'm looking for. And for reserve, it does get a little closer. I think both those ewes offer a lot in terms of style and look from the side, and great fleece quality as well. I'll go out here and congratulate your champion reserve ewes.
For our White Cotswold show, our grand champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, entry number 8, Meyer 2148, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve grand champion goes to entry 7, the second place yearling ewe, Garrett 609, Kinley Garrett, Albion, Illinois. Now ready to show White Best Fleece. White Best Fleece is your next class. We'll follow that with Young Flock, followed by Flock.
I've enjoyed sorting through these white border Leicester Rams here. We got 8 individuals out here that I think really are ideal for this border Leicester breed. You can, as breeders, look in here and find pretty much every piece in the puzzle here. I think there's a ram out here that's got something to offer for the breed. With that being said, I think it came down to 2 or 3 in my opinion. Biden for this. What separates these champions, I think, is just when you get them out on the move. Maybe they don't want to move quite as neatly off their rear wheels. Some of them don't want to move quite as neatly off their front wheels. But extremely impressed with the length of body, the tops in these sheep. I'll go out and show you the 2 I really like today. Congratulations.
For our National Border Leicester show, our grand champion ram goes to our first place yearling ram, Week Overlook Manor Farm 5981, Nancy Week and Jonah Fries, New Salem, North Dakota. The reserve grand champion came from the February Ram Lamb class, entry 8, 2104, Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. Now ready for white best-headed ram. For our Cotswolds, the best fleece for the white show went to entry 15 out of the junior Ram Lamb class, Meyer 2262, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the white young flock, first place to Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Placing on the flock class, first place, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. And the premier white exhibitor was Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Now ready for natural colored yearling rams. For best headed ram for the white Border Leicester show, it goes to our first place animal out of the white March and later born Ram Lamb class. Entry number 12, Gargis Girls 198, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania.
Over here to start your natural colored Cotswold show, a really nice kind of ram, one that balances up from the side, a ram that has a really nice fleece, great handle to that fleece as well, really structurally sound type of sheep, a nice one to start the show with.
Placing on the natural colored Cotswold yearling ram class, first place to entry 16, Meyer 2150, Blair Sanchez, Burns, Wyoming.
A nice class of rams out here, and I think an awfully close top pair between these two. They're very different in their types and kinds, and it kind of makes it a little bit of a struggle. We've got a stout-footed type of a sheep, one that offers you a ton in terms of product, really big top type of a sheep. He's got some extension. He's got the wider sprung in terms of his rib shape, more massive when you get in view him from behind in terms of his muscle shape, and again in his hip, he's really wide pin type of a sheep. We get into the fleece, it's uniform enough, doesn't have quite the handle and lock formation that we're seeing in the second place. When we get to second place, when stuck and they get that front end up, one that's extremely attractive off the side. He's level in terms of his lines, really extended up there. One with a beautiful fleece on this buck. I really like him for that. So it gets really challenging. That being said, not quite as good at the ground compared to the ram we're going to go ahead and start with today. Doesn't have quite the product as well, but boy, I think one that paints a nice picture off to the side. Beautiful fleece on that one. We come to the ram here in 3, and again, really attractive type of a sheep. He's the longer bodied sheep out here. One that for me today just doesn't have quite as much to him compared to the two standing directly ahead of him, but I think a really nice class of rams. Congratulations.
Here on your Border Leicester side here, I think we got a ewe here. I think comes to the top fairly easy for me today. She's a really big body type of ewe. Really like the extension up through her front end. She's level down her top, really level over her hip. You crack the fleece, and I really got to appreciate that. Where she excels in the other one, I just think she's your 3D type of sheep in this class, and I think she wins pretty handily today. The problem I have is in 2 and 3 here. The U and 2, I'd like to give her a little more extension up through that front 1/3 of her body there. Maybe she outdoes the U and 3rd with the length of body. You get your hands over her. She's thicker made. She's got a beautiful fleece on her too. Just one, I'd like to fix her off her back wheels too, but I think she lands in that too. Just the length of body, the thickness, and the fleece quality on this one today. U and 3, really appreciate this ewe. Just a beautiful outline type of sheep, real square made. One of the better fronted ewes in the class. A ewe, I think, just needs a little more to her today to compete with the 2 ahead of her. She's not as thick when you get your hands on her. You crack open the fleece, and I don't think she's quite there on the fleece quality today, but a really sound, really nice ewe in 3rd. U in 4th, another really long-sided ewe. When we get her out on the move, she wants to dip down her front end there. She breaks over the top a little bit, but a ewe, you crack the fleece on her. She's got a really beautiful fleece from front to rear. We're going to round out the class with another thicker made type of sheep, a ewe that just don't travel as well for me today off the back wheels, a ewe that maybe just getting a little out-horsed by the ewes ahead of her, but a really nice class of 5 ewes today. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Cotswold class of junior ram lambs, first place to entry 19, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2205. Second place to entry 18, Lawson Secord, K&L Cotswolds, Hesperia, California, with K&L Cotswolds 22203. Third place to entry number 17, Lawson Secord, K&L Cotswolds, Hesperia, California. Placing on the class of pair of ram lambs, first place to Lawson Secord, K&L Cotswolds, Hesperia, California. Placing on the class of yearling ewes for the White Border Leicester show, first to entry 17, H. Barkley 2126, Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 13, H. Barkley 2107, Elizabeth Schiff, Jamestown, Ohio. Third place to 14, Marilyn Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. 4 to entry 15, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. And 5 to entry 16, Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania.
Over here for your champion natural colored Cotswold ram, 3 really nice individuals out here, and especially when you talk in terms of fleece and function, I think these 3 rams are just awfully nice. That being said, today I think it's pretty easy. We had a really close placing in that ram lamb class. I think both those offer a lot of good to the breed. Taking nothing away from the yearling buck, I think he's one with a great handle of the fleece. But when you analyze these 2 ram lambs, they're going to go ahead and be my champion in reserve today. Congratulations.
Our natural colored Cotswold Grand Champion Ram goes to entry 19, Meyer 2205, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The reserve grand champion to the second place in that junior Ram Lamb class, entry 18, K&L Cotswolds 22203, Lawson Secord, K&L Cotswolds, Hesperia, California.
a nice class of ewes out here, and we're starting with a logical place. She's the big-bodied, high-volume type of a ewe, one that's really big across the top side. She's got a really big loin and hip enter, one that's the biggest about the center of her body as well, still attractive enough through the front end, beautiful fleece on this female. Coming to the ewe here in second, one that starts giving up a little bit in terms of length and in terms of elegance up to that front end, but boy, one that's got a nice fleece on her, really thick down her top. She balances up next to my class winner out here. Coming to the ewe here in three, the highly athletic type of a ewe, one that you really appreciate in terms of balance from the side, one that for me today gets a little weaker in her top, and we're starting to run into some fleece issues compared to the two ewes standing directly ahead of her here. Rounding out the class, the young man comes out here, does a really nice job getting this one shown, one that's good in terms of its feet and legs, one that we want to fix that top. She wants to drop her top ever so slightly and run downhill. And with that, when we get into her fleece, she's got the harshest handle to the fleece, just doesn't have quite the luster and quite the character that we're seeing in the top end of this class, but a really good group of ewes all the way down. Congratulations.
Over here on your Border Leicester side here, we got a ewe here, really pretty, neat type of sheep. She's really sound on the feet. What I really like is that her angles up through her neck and shoulder structure, just really a square type of sheep. Granted, I'd like to have a little more to her compared to some of the ewes behind her, but a ewe that just fits logically in that first hole for me today. We got two big old rib type of sheep in second and third here. The one in second, I think she's just a more flashier, square type made type of sheep. Where you crack the fleece, she's got a beautiful fleece from front to rear. I like her set off her back wheels just a little better than the ewe in third, and I like the levelness of over the hip. Over the ewe in third. The ewe in third, just another big body type of ewe, really long-sided. I like the the level top on her. Just like to fix her off the back wheels a little bit, maybe elevate her up in her front end, and then she could maybe run up ahead of the ewes ahead of her. Ewe in fourth, another attractive type of ewe. Maybe don't have the size and scale compared to the ewes ahead of her, but ewe, I think, off her back wheels, she gets out on the move and don't track quite nice and neatly for me today. A ewe that's just given up some body to the ewes ahead of her, but a really attractive, really good fleece type of sheep in fourth there. The ewe in fifth, we're going to round out the class with just a more of a moderate type of framed ewe compared to the ewes ahead of her. A ewe, another ewe that just don't track quite right off the back wheels. Maybe like to level her up over her hip just a slightly, but a really nice class of 5-year-old ewes.
Placing on the natural colored Cotswold yearling ewe class, first place goes to entry 20, Short Hill Farm, 2109, Anise. Carter Short, Ballston Spa, New York. Second place to entry 21, Short Hill Farm, 2112, Anastasia. Carter Short, Ballston Spa, New York. Third place to 22, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to entry 23, Emilio Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas. Placing on the natural colored pair of yearling ewes, first place to Carter Short, Ballston Spa, New York. Placing on the early class of yearling ewes for the White Border Leicester Show, first place to entry 17, H. Barkley, 2126, Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Second to entry number 13, H. Barkley, 2107, Elizabeth Schiff, Jamestown, Ohio. Third to entry 14, Marilyn Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. 4 to entry number 15, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. 5 to entry 16, Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Placing on the late class of yearling ewes, first place went to entry 20, Marilyn Fogel, Raymond, Ohio, with Fogel 1126. Second place to entry 22, Bass Plains 1221, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Third to entry number 21, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. 4 to entry 19, Eva Gargas, Telford, Pennsylvania, and 5 to Eva Gargas. Placing on the class of pair of on the class of senior ewe lambs for the Cotswolds in the natural color division. First to entry 24, Meyer 2204, Addison Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois.
A single entry over here in your ewe lamb for your natural colored Cotswold. A really nice kind of a ewe lamb. Really consistent in terms of her fleece out here. It has a good handle to it, really level down her spine. When it balances up from the side, she's really functional at the ground. A nice kind of a ewe lamb. Congratulations.
Placing on the white Border Leicester pair yearling ewes, first place goes to Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Second place to Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Third place, Marilyn Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. And 4 to Eva Gargas, Telford, Pennsylvania.
Really nice single entry Border Leicester fall ewe in this class. A really square type made type of sheep. Really beautiful fleece when you crack it from front to rear. Just an outstanding big thick top type of ewe. Just a ewe that I think could have handled some more competition today. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of fall ewe lambs for the white division of our National Border Leicester Show. First place goes to entry number 23, Hickory Grove 4021, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois.
A great class of ewe lambs out here, and I think we have one that just rises to the top rather handily. Extremely big across the top side of her body. One shows you plenty of shape. You get into that loin and hip. One that's really wide and true down that top. And then you analyze her. She's got the most spread in terms of center body, really round about a rib. Really attractive off to the side up through that front end. Just a really nice place to start, and then you get into the fleece. Just a beautiful fleece on this female. Come to the ewe here in a second. Definitely the larger outline ewe of the class, and you appreciate her for that. She's arrow straight down that top. One with a nice fleece on her as well. When you analyze her compared to her contemporary we're going to start with, one that just doesn't have the top shape in her, doesn't have that center body that we're seeing in the class winner. Then we come to some ewes here. Beautiful fleeces on these next two ewes. I really applaud them for that. Ones that maybe just don't have quite the size and scale, don't have quite that muscling as well when we put our hands on them on the top side of their skeleton. But ewe lambs that balance up really well. The young man down here, a stout-footed type of a sheep. One again, beautiful fleece on this female. We just need more of her today. Rounding out the class, that ewe, a nice type of a ewe lamb. You get into her fleece, and it shows me just a little more matting. It doesn't want to spread. I'd like to see just a notch better in terms of its lock formation to be able to go ahead and move her off the bottom of the day. Great class of sheep. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Cotswold Junior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 27, K&L Cotswolds 22-212. Lawson Secord, K&L Cotswolds, Hesperia, California. Second to entry number 25, K&L Cotswolds 22-210. Lawson Secord, K&L Cotswolds, Hesperia, California. Third to 28, Spy Club Lambs, Blair Sanchez, Burns, Wyoming. 4 to 29, Emilio Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas. 5 to 26, Emilio Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas. Placing on the natural colored Cotswold pair ewe lamb class, first place to Lawson Secord, K&L Cotswolds, Hesperia, California. Second place to Emilio Smith Gomez, Decatur, Arkansas.
We get into this Border Leicester ewe lamb class here. An extremely tough ewe lamb class. I mean, I wouldn't argue if you wanted to sort them in a different way. I mean, it's extremely tough here, and I'll tell you the way I see them here. The one we're going to start out with here, I think she's the most well-balanced type of sheep. She's really square down that top. She stands out on a good set of feet and legs. Maybe she's not quite got the length of body to the ewes behind her, but she's one that's elevated in her front end. She's got a clean fleece from front to rear. Just a nice place for me to start today. The ewe in second, got to really appreciate the design of this type of female here. She's a really long-sided type of female. Another one of the females that are more correct on her feet and legs. Maybe like to pick her up in her dock just a little bit. Maybe might like to make the curl just a tighter fleece curl too for me today. Then we get into third place here. Really beautiful, attractive ewe up through her front end. A ewe that just, when she gets out on the move, she don't move quite as neatly for me today. You get your hands on her. She's level hipped, but maybe breaks a little more for me today behind the shoulders. But a really attractive, elevated, stylish type of female. I think her best days are ahead. The ewe in fourth, another big-bodied, long-sided type of female. A ewe that maybe don't quite handle her back feet, gets a little straighter made off that. Maybe like to tighten up her curl on her fleece a little bit, but really attractive. I think a logical, straight-top female to be in the fourth hole. We're going to round out the class here with two ewes. Maybe don't have quite some length to the ewes ahead of them. You know, I'd like to pick them up in their front end just a little bit, but ewes really, really good all the way through. Congratulations.
Over here on the natural colored cod solid side, a really good group of ewes out here for your overall champion female in terms of quality and fleeces, and I think just a super set of females all the way around. Today I think there's one that comes out here and puts the things I'm looking for together the most. I think she's pretty good. The young ewe lamb's going to be your champion today. We're going to follow up with the young people to my right for reserve. Congratulations.
Natural colored grand champion ewe goes to entry number 27 out of the junior ewe lamb class, K&L Cotswolds 22-212. Lawson Secord, K&L Cotswolds, Hesperia, California. The reserve grand champion came from the yearling ewe class, entry number 20, Short Hill Farm 2109, Anise, Carter Short, Ballston Spa, New York. Now ready for natural colored best fleece.
we come into this Border Leicester class here, I think for me, they kind of logically sort for me here today. We're going to use the U. I think she comes to the class fairly easy today. She's really a neat made sheep up through that front end, really square when you look at her from the side here. And when you get your hands on her, she's square down that top, square over that hip. Beautiful fleece when you crack it. Just a logical place to start. Young, attractive ewe lamb is here in second. Another one that's built like the class winner, just not as much of her right now today. Maybe one that you'd like to stouten up at the ground just a little bit, but she's really square made. Maybe not quite the length of the two ewes behind her, but I think where she excels is just that correctness up through that front end, over that top. Just a really neat level type of sheep to put in second. Ewe in third, really long-sided type of ewe. Ewe that you get your hands on her. She is probably the biggest topped ewe in the class. Maybe it's got a big barrel on. One you want to fix behind the shoulders a little bit. Maybe level her up over the hip, but a really attractive place, and I think she stands in the third hole for me today. Ewe in fourth, one that got some length of body, maybe doesn't have the upness, attractiveness of the ewes ahead of her, but one that you'd like to maybe tighten up the curl just a little bit, maybe level out the hip, but a really extended, really eye-appealing type of sheep. Congratulations.
For our Open Cotswold show, the best natural colored fleeced animal goes to Emilio Smith Gomez with SGGA 2105. Placing on the young flock class, first place to Lawson Secord, K&L Cotswolds, Hesperia, California. And the premier exhibitor for the natural colored portion of our Cotswold show is Lawson Secord, K&L Cotswolds, Hesperia, California. Give us just a few minutes. We'll be ready to call that first class of Suffolks. That'll be senior or Slickshorn yearling rams. Slickshorn yearling rams for the Suffolks should be getting ready in ringside.
Really a close placing here in this ewe class here. I mean, you got to put your priorities somewhere, and we're going to go with the really youthful attractive type of ewe, really long-sided, really level out her hip. I think that's where she excels the ewe behind her, just the length of body, levelness of hip. Both of them have adequate fleeces, really nice fleeces, honestly. Both are good-footed type of sheep. The ewe in second, really a pretty profiling type of sheep. I'd just like to stretch her out, maybe level her up over that hip to make her run ahead of the ewe ahead of them. But really two nice individuals.
For the White Border Leicester show, in the March and later born ewe lamb class, first place to entry 36, Gargus Girls 194, Eva Gargus, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second to 35, Hickory Grove 2522, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Now showing white pair of ewe lambs. Placing on the Border Leicester white pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles of Colchester, Illinois. Third place to Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. And fourth to Eva Gargus, Telford, Pennsylvania.
we've had a really nice Border Leicester White show here. If you can see, look outside looking in, there's a bunch of females out here. You could go any different direction, you know, but I'm gonna lie my priorities in one direction or not. But let's give them a round of applause, and then I'll show you who I like today. Congratulations.
Grand Champion U for the National Border Leicester Show in the white division goes to entry 17. First place in the early yearling U class, H. Barkley, 2126, Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. The reserve Grand Champion to the first place yearling U in the late class of yearling U's, entry number 20, Fogel, 1126, Maryland Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Now ready for white best-headed U. Our judges for the Suffolk show today, working the slick-shorn portion, is Terry Burks of Bowling Green, Kentucky. Terry is a retired professor of English Studies from Chifeng University in China. He's a former owner of Dynasty Club Lambs and Meat Goats. And working the fitted portion of our Suffolk show is Jeff Held from Aurora, South Dakota. Jeff is retired from the South Dakota State University as their extension sheep specialist. He's been involved in the sheep industry for nearly 50 years, and he and his family raise Hampshire and South Downs. Let's welcome both Jeff and Terry to your Suffolk show this morning. For the Border Leicesters, our best-headed ewe goes to entry number 20, which was our reserve Grand Champion ewe, Fogel, 1126, Maryland Fogel, Raymond, Ohio.
Well, certainly a pleasure to be with you this afternoon, or I guess still this morning at this point. Nice pair of Rams as we get started in this yearling slick division, and two just completely different kinds on the top end. I think just simple structural integrity lets the Ram win that leads out the drive. He's the one that can get out and track the best, particularly off his rear two today. I like this guy in terms of his tremendous length of body and performance when you get into him. He's one that you sure have to appreciate. Just setting this guy in motion, he kind of laps the class, and that's kind of why he wins for me. I like a lot of things about the Ram in second. When this gentleman gets him propped up, this guy looks the part out here. He's probably the bolder, rounder, ribbed one as you study him right through his four-rib shape. Love that guy in terms of his natural with the base. Big hip, big topped one. I think when you set him in motion, we just like to free him up just a little bit, and he step off both ends today. And maybe he's just got a little too much time on the concrete and Louisville blues here, but I think a really nice one to kind of drop second. Really appreciate the Ram that's going to come third just in terms of his ultra leanness and cutability. This guy projects tremendously good in terms of his rib muscularity on the top side of this guy. I just simply like to power him up and drop a touch more flanking this guy. I appreciate the Ram in fourth in terms of one who's still got great muscle shape. This guy's one who's really, really lean as he comes. Probably been out working a little bit, and so he doesn't have a lot of fit and bloom on him today. Here's one that gets just a nickel more off in his hip, but you'd like to change that about him, shallowing just a nickel through his chest. Quality set of yearlings to start our slick division. Congratulations, guys.
Placing on the Slickshorn Yearling Ram class for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry number 3, Macaulay 5314. Macaulay Suffolks, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry number 2, Macaulay 5181. Macaulay Suffolks, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 5, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 4 to entry number 4, Nancy Burton, Argyle, Wisconsin. Placings on the best white fleece for the National Border Leicester Show. First to Hickory Grove 1221, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Second place to Gage Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. Third to H. Barkley 2126, Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. 4 to Travis Johnson 0013, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. 5 to Gargis girls 194, Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania, and 6 to Fogel 1126, Marilyn Fogel, Raymond, Ohio.
Well, it's an honor to be part of the Suffolk Open Show here in Louisville, and really a nice way to start out the fitted classification. Two really, really good yearling bucks. You're going to grow them out. You have good ones, and these certainly fit the model. Then we start with the ram that I think really ties together the pieces. It's got wool on him. You handle him. He really supports a good, clean front, but you got some width down through that chest floor. He handles true down his top. He moves uphill a bit. He comes off on a really good set of feet and legs, carries out over a wide, flat hip. You get in, handle over his top. He supports the concept of a meat braid and certainly some depth aside and balance and body length to advantage over our second ram, which is a really high quality ram as well. He's a buck that I think doesn't have quite as nice tie-in at the shoulder and carry down the top that we've got in our first place ram, but I really like this buck. Maybe a smidge more bone, especially on that flat rear bone of this buck. But when you get in, they both move well. They're very useful rams. Congratulations. We'll look for those in the senior drive.
Placing on the white Get of Sire class for the Border Leicesters, first place. Placing on the Get of Sire for the white division of the Border Leicester show, first place to Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Second place to Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Third to Marilyn Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Placing on the fitted yearling ram class for the Suffolk show, first place and senior champion will go to entry number 7, KC Suffolk's 2103, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Second place and reserve senior champion is entry 6, R.A. Taylor, 2111, Will and Connie Shakel, Suffolk's of Knightstown, Indiana. Placing on the Border Leicester flock class for the white division, first place goes to Heidi Barkley, Buffalo Mills, Pennsylvania. Second place and winner of the White Premier Exhibitor Award is Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Third place to Eva Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. That does conclude the white portion of our National Border Leicester show. Now ready to move into the natural colored portion of the show. So we'll need natural colored yearling rams to the ring, please.
we're going to start off this natural colored Border Leicester show with two really extremely good Border Leicester rams here. We're going to use the one that I think he just brings more to the table here. Big old stout, rugged type of ram, really long down that top, really long when you put your hands on him. He's got some natural thickness. Open up his fleece. He's got an adequate fleece from front to rear. Just a really a neat type of sheep to start the class. Ram in second, a little more compact type to the one in first. Really nice fleece type of ram. One that I'd like to maybe extend up in the front end just a little bit, maybe stretch him out a rib compared to the ram ahead of him. But just a beautiful type of ram being second here. Congratulations to both of you.
Placing on the class of natural colored yearling rams for the Border Leicesters, first place to entry 37, Jakeman 2107, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to 38, Wooly Rose 2113323, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin.
Interesting set of slicks in this next class, and you got a little give and take just because you've got completely different kinds out here all the way through. I think the two on the top end are the two high quality rams in the class, and as a result, they're the two that I'd prefer as you come into this alignment. The ram that's going to win, I think when you study this guy, his advantage is just bone and ruggedness and rib shape when you get into him. Love the big testicles underneath this guy. He's quite a bit more mature as you get right into his front end, and maybe you would like to change him from that perspective. But he's still as sound as anything we've got in the class. His advantage in body, natural power, I think is what goes ahead and lets him win. I love the look and the kind and the type in the ram. It's going to come second. I just like to stouten his bone work up just a little bit when you get into him. He's a freak when you get into the front third of this guy in terms of shoulder and front end design. I love his extreme length of body. I just like to drop just a touch of flank down in this guy and stouten his bone work. Stouter ram going to come third. There's no doubt about that. I appreciate the ruggedness of this guy. If I could just change him through his shoulder and his breastplate just a little bit, I could go ahead and consider running him a spot higher. He's the one that's a little off balance as you study his front end quality for me, but I think a quality sheep nonetheless. The buck that's going to come fourth, still a nice one in terms of his moderation. I like this guy in terms of one who's tremendously long-hipped. He's got a shot more body shape when you get into him. Just gets a little bit rougher topped when you get into him. I'd like to fix him just a little bit in terms of his pastern angle. Like to change the direction of those front feet just a little bit for me. Real green one going to come down in fifth, and I like that ram in terms of length of body and attractiveness. Ultra cool fronted one when you get into him. Here's the one that's the softest in terms of his pastern design on both ends. He's the one that gets just a nickel straighter right up through his shoulder. Interesting class quality set, guys. Congratulations.
Over here on the Border Leicester side, we got a single entry, really nice, attractive buck lamb here. Really square made type of sheep. You got to appreciate him when you crack open the fleece. He's got a nice uniform fleece from front to rear. One that's really elevated up through that front end. One that just could handle quite a bit of competition today. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Senior Ram Lamb class for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry number 10, Macaulay 5592. Macaulay suffix, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 12, Slack 10254. Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third to entry 8, Macaulay suffix, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 11, Bo and Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. And 5 to entry 9, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the class of natural colored fall Ram Lambs for the Border Leicester Show. First place to entry 39, Echo 2201 Elias, Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware.
Quality quartet of Rams out here in this senior division of our slick show, and I think all four of these Rams sure have some pieces, and I realize they don't all look alike, and I don't apologize for that. You know, sometimes you just kind of go with what you get brought, and you go from there and align them up as you see them. To me, I think it simply comes down to design and form and function and muscularity when you get into these guys. I think there's a big difference in just in terms of front end design in these sheep out here. The two that suit me, I realize they're completely different in kind. First and second in that younger class will be the two senior champions. Congratulations.
We got a pair of buck lambs on the Border Leicester side here. Extremely different in their types and kinds here. We're going to use the big rugged type of sheep, really long-sided down his top. He's got just as much natural thickness as the buck in second over his top does. Where he really accelerates the class here, it's just that front end, the extension up, the way he lays his head on his neck and shoulder structure there. He just, I think it's just a logical place for me today. Buck in second, really sound type of sheep, one that you just like to stretch out, give him a little more extension up through that front end, you know, make his neck come into the shoulder structure just a little bit better. But a buck that's really level down its top, just a really good class of bucks here.
Placing on the early spring class, it's the only spring class of natural colored Border Leicesters. First place to entry 40, Arita 818, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Second place to 41, Echo 2210, Fergus, Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. Placing on the pair class of Ram Lambs for the natural colored Border Leicester. First to Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. for our Suffolk show. Our Slickshorn Senior Champion was entry 10 out of the Slickshorn Senior Ram Lamb class. Macaulay 5592, Macaulay Suffolks, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve was second in that Senior Ram Lamb class. Slack 10254, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana.
We get out in the Border Leicester natural color champion ram class. Classes are a little smaller, but I think you can find quality in all of them here. You can find about every piece you're looking for out here, honestly. It gets a little tougher. I think I got my mind made up on the champion. I think he comes to the top. But then it's where you lay your priorities. You know, what's the reserve ram going to be? What's the one that brings the most to the table, you know, for the program? And I'll go out and show you the two I like today. But congratulations to all.
For the Border Leicester natural colored Grand Champion Ram is entry 37 from the yearling Ram class. Jakeman 2107, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. The reserve Grand Champion came from that same class and was second to our champion, entry 38. Wooly Rose 2113323, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Now showing natural colored best headed ram.
Real nice class of these slick Januaries out here. And I guess the top 3 or 4 lambs in the ding, I think you sure have to appreciate the pieces that they have, and you've got to kind of figure out where you want to go from there. I think the combination ram is simply the one that leads out the drive. He's the super well-balanced one. You like this guy in terms of his hip designs, just impeccable out here in terms of how he's made from his from him, even from his last rib back into his top. Now he does want to come up in his spine just a little bit, but I think that's just kind of his attitude a little bit out here. Like the rib shape in this guy, sure acceptable in terms of his front end design. He's neater and smoother through his shoulder than the ram that's going to come second, and that's kind of what I prefer about him. I will admit he's one that I wish he would get out and go, and I think that, again, that's just his disposition a little bit out here. He's just kind of fired up and doesn't necessarily want to relax, get comfortable on the move. The angles of his skeleton don't say there's anything wrong with him, and so that's kind of why we go ahead and let him go first. The ram that's going to come second, maybe got as much turn and sweep to his underline as anything we've got out here. That guy is big hipped when you get out behind him now. Big old stout rump in this guy. I like him in terms of his extra power. He's got a touch more breastplate than I'd prefer. Wants to tie up just a little bit in his spine down into his tie of his back there. But I think a quality kind of sheep did naturally come second in the drive. Little different kind going to come third. I like this guy in terms of his tallness up front. He is neater shouldered than the one that's going to precede him in the drive, but he's considerably flatter in terms of his basic design. I'd like to power him up just a little bit, but you're talking about a big set of testicles on a long-bodied, tall-fronted one. That one's got some pieces a person sure has to appreciate. Super moderate one going to come next. I like that guy in terms of the one who's bold about his cage. He's one that's sure got some dimension to him. He gets a little bit quicker in his kind, gets a touch lower fronted as you come into this guy. But I think he's sure the one that if you've got some frame kind of use that you want to moderate, that guy's got some pieces you sure have to appreciate. Beautiful fronted, long-bodied, ultra-lean one going to balance the class. I think this guy just hits me as one that just needs to mature more than anything else. He's one that I do appreciate from a standpoint of his testicle size over the one that precedes him. I just got to open him up a touch straight through his forerib. I'd like to set a touch more flank in this guy in relation to his chest floor. Quality class, guys. Congratulations.
For the natural colored Border Leicester best headed class for the Rams, our winner was entry number 40 out of the early spring Ram Lamb class, Arita 818, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Placing on that class of Suffolk January Slick Shorn Ram Lambs, first place to entry 16, Slack 10-2-43, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to entry 18, Macaulay 5647, Macaulay Suffolk's William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 19, Macaulay Suffolk's William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 14, Bo and Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. And 5 to entry 17, Autumn Dotson, Venetia, Oklahoma.
We get in the Border Leicester class here, and boy, I wish I could probably combine all three of these, and I could make a good one then. But we're going to start off the class with a really the most complete one in the class. You get your hands on her. She's really straight down that top. I'd like to stretch her out. She from flank to flank here. She's getting a little short for me today, but she's the biggest bodied, the deepest bodied one. She's the best footed one in the class. She's going to win for me today. The ewe in second, really attractive ewe up through that front 1/3 there. Just she's she does the class there, pretty handily, up through that front third. But you get your hands on her, she breaks a little bit behind the shoulders. She's a thicker made type of sheep than the ewe in third. One that I think just excels that one in third, just the structure that she sets her feet down on and her front end. Ewe in third, the longest bodied type of sheep in the class here. One that she gets out on the move and don't want to track as freely off those back wheels, tucks her shoulders down a little bit, but you got to appreciate the fleece quality on that one and the length of body. Congratulations to all.
Suffolk January Rams, certainly some nice quality bucks in here to consider in the evaluation, and some nice things to talk about as we go through. I used the buck here to win. He's the most complete buck in this class. He's the soundest on his feet and legs. He handles as well as any of the Rams down his top. If I would change this buck, it had just a smidge more extension, but it comes with a bit more shoulder. It comes with a little deeper side. It's part of the package. The really flashy Ram here in second place. Well, you like the way he moves uphill. He's got a lot of flash. He stands, I think, really like that front third. He just gets a little tight on the movement. You get in and handle him. He shortens up from the 13th back, but he's got a lot of nice things about him, just not quite the overall package. The really long-sided Ram in third just doesn't travel as well off the move as we've got in the other two bucks, but a really good kind of a Ram. You get in and handle him. There's some things about him you like. He just doesn't bring the total package together to move up in this class. Congratulations.
Placing on the early class of natural colored yearling ewes for the Border Leicesters, first to entry 43, Wooly Rose 2125 329, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Second to 44, Wooly Rose 2128, Kevin Kitchen. Third place to entry 42, Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. Placing on the fitted January Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk, first place went to entry at 24, Ruby Mountain 2203, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Cynthia Huckins, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to 23, Wolfs 2202, Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. And third to entry 21, Brett and Lori Elke, Barrett, Minnesota.
We come into this yearling ewe class here, and I think it sorts pretty logically for me. Here, we're going to use the big, stout 3D type of sheep here. She's really long down that top, but when you get your hands on her, she's really smooth down that top, level out over that hip. She's the big barreled type of female. Got to really appreciate her front end extension too. She's just the logical place for me today. The ewe in second, really good structurally built type of female. She's really good down her top. She's really thick out over that hip. Just a ewe that I given up a little extra of the extras to the ewe ahead of her. But a ewe I think just logically fits in second. Just a really nice ewe there. Ewe in third, another really long-sided type of ewe. Just giving up some overall body to the ewes ahead of her. If we could make her a little bit, give her a little more to her, she could run with the ewes ahead of her. Congratulations.
Placing on the late class of natural colored Border Leicester yearling ewes, first place to entry number 45, Hickory Grove 421, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. Second place to entry 47, J. Baird 0015, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. And third to entry 46, Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware.
Really a high quality pair of rams on the top end of this class. And I think the ram that leads out the drive to me is just the nicer, balanced, more complete one of the pair. He's the one that when you set him in motion is simply more athletic out of the front third of his skeleton. This guy's got tremendous reach as he gets out and goes up front. I love this guy in terms of one who's got a big back laid in him, tremendous amount of power out through his hip. Still really good in terms of his balance of his underline in relation to where his chest floor sits, like the bone and stout in this guy. That's just a pretty complete one to win the class. Lamb, it's going to come second. Obviously a little bigger skeleton when you get into him. I like that guy quite well in his own right too. Monster set of testicles underneath this guy. I appreciate the fact that he's still really pretty good in getting the front end of design in him. He doesn't have quite the mass out of his hip and his top side that we see in the class winner. He's not quite as good right through his chest floor, but that's being pretty critical of an awfully nice one. It's standing second. I dropped down and got perhaps one of the lower performing ones to come third. I think where it's just quality that lets him go ahead and drop in third. He's a well balanced when he can get out and track and go. I'd like to see more of him. There's no doubt about that, but he hits me very immature and he's kind out here. It's shoulder design that lets him get around the ram that's going to come fourth. Bigger bodied, stouter, higher performing ram going to come in fourth, and I appreciate that about him. He's one who gets just a nickel deeper chested than I'd prefer, gets a touch rougher over his top. You get behind this guy, and for all that mass and skeleton, he gets a nickel flatter in his kind. Got two down on the end that are just green. I mean, that's the only problem with them. They just don't quite have the bloom on them today. Both of them going to be big skeleton, long-bodied, tall-fronted ones. We got to power them up just a little bit, and I'm sure that'll come with maturity. Quality pair on the top end, guys. Congratulations.
For the Natural Colored Border Leicester show, placing on our pair of yearling U class, first place to Kevin Kitchen, second to Lydia Smith. Placing on the Slickshorn February Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk show, first place to entry 29, Slack 10, 241, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to 25, McCully, 5756, McCully Suffix, William and Elizabeth McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 31, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 4 to 28, William Zwigers of Thorntown, Indiana. Fifth, Nancy Burton, Argyle, Wisconsin. And sixth to Nancy Burton, Argyle, Wisconsin.
Oh, we got three natural colored ewe lambs over here. We're going to start off the class with the really long-sided one. She's really pretty up through that front end. I think she sets down on a good set in feet and leg, and she looks like she's got one of the brighter futures in the class for me today. Ewe in second, another really, I think, really complete type of ewe. After watching this ewe get around the ring and everything, she just comes in a little smaller package than the ewe in first, but a ewe I think excels up through her front end to the ewe in second or in third, one that's just a little longer, and she's real level over that rear 1/3 there over that hip. The ewe in third, a big stout type of female, really thick down that top level over that hip. I'd like to pick her up in her front end, maybe at the shoulder there. Maybe give her a little more set off those back wheels and stretch her out. But a ewe that just don't show me as much future as the two ewes ahead of her, but a really good 3 ewe lambs in this class.
Placing on the Natural Colored Border Leicester Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 50, Echo 2203, Emmy, Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. Second place to entry number 48, Echo 2202, Evie, Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. And third to entry 49, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin.
nice single entry ewe lamb that these young gals bring out to me here. Just a really correct square type of female. Really got a elegant fleece on her when you crack it open from front to rear. Just a really nice ewe that could have used more competition today. Congratulations.
Certainly some depth in the in quality in this February Ram class, and some different kinds, of course, but really good in their own right in across the board. I use the Ram to start with. Again, and both of these Rams have a long ways to go. I'd call them pretty green for this point in time. I'd like to see maybe them farther along in their maturity pattern, even here for February bucks. And so in some ways we're projecting a bit where we're going on these Rams. The Ram I start with, I think, just got a more rib shape to him. He moves out well. I'd change a bit about the way he comes together in that shoulder to some degree, but I think he balances up as well as any of the Rams in the class, and he does stand out in the corners. I appreciate that, and a very nice Suffolk head. The Ram in second, really flashy kind of Ram. Lots of things you like about the look. He doesn't come out quite as sound across the board when you get in through the lower third, I think, when you compare him to my top placing Ram in this class. But he's long-sided, he's clean-made if you like that kind, and it'd be an interesting, certainly a year from now, to see where he ends up. Certainly a large frame Ram, and we'll see where his contributions go. And a real complete Ram here in third. You know, different design. He comes up, he's more moderate, certainly in his framework. He doesn't travel quite as well to move up into the competition to win the class. I like the Ram, but he doesn't have the tools necessarily to overpower these two Rams are up ahead of him in his class. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored January ewe lamb class for the Border Leicesters, first place to entry 51, Echo 2205, Frankie Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. Placing on the class of fitted February Ram lambs for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry number 33, Ruby Mountain 2217, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Cynthia Huckins, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to entry number 37, CSS 224250, Cigar Smoker Syndicate, Laramie, Wyoming. And third place to entry 36, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota.
we get into these Border Leicester ewe lambs here, and I think there's a top pair, and I flip-flop them either way, in my opinion. Here, what we're going to start off with, we're going to use a little more length of body. Ewe that's she's just as thick as ewe in second. She just offers more product for us today. Ewe, I'd like to pick her up out of her shoulder blades just a little bit there, set that head just a little neater up on top of her when she gets out on the move. But a really square made type of female that I think she travels just a tick better than the ewe in second. Ewe in second there, a ewe that I can't find too much of a problem with this ewe. She just a ewe that I think's just getting out horsed by the ewe ahead of her just in terms of length of body. Maybe they're both about as thick as made type of females in this class for me today. But if we could have stretched her out, she would have got ahead of that ewe ahead of her. We're going to come in with a ewe in third here, another really eye-appealing type of ewe. She's got some length of body. She's got a nice fleece. She just don't have the extras the two ewes ahead of her do. Not as big a hip for me today, but a ewe that fits in that third hole quite nicely for me today. We're going to round out the class with the younger appearing type of female here. A ewe, I think, just needs more time to compete with the three ahead of them. Congratulations.
Placings on the natural colored Border Leicester February ewe lamb class. First place to entry 55, Little Falls Farm 2208, Sarah McCormick, Green, Rhode Island. Second place to entry 54, J. Baird 0036, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third to Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. And 4 to Lydia Smith.
Interesting trio of rams on the top end of this young class out here. I think the ram that's going to win the thing simply is the most complete of the trio on the top end. He gets around the ram in second just in terms of chest floor and design out of his shoulder. I like this guy in terms of one who's very, very immature about his head. When you get into this guy, he looks like he fits the class quite well for me. One that when I set him in motion, one does want to tie up in his spine just a little bit, but he can sure get around. He's tremendously wide-based as he gets out and goes. I think just a quality kind of young ram to win the class. Ram that's going to come second, I think, has some pieces you really have to appreciate. Heavy-boned, stout-featured, wide-based ram that's tremendously opened up when you get out behind him. I like this guy in terms of one who's really, really got some center cage setting in him. He's got an advantage in length of body over the rams either on either side of him. I just like to change him right through his chest floor just a little bit when you get into that guy, but a quality ram to be standing second. Really a unique one that's going to come third. You got to like that guy in terms of one who's big-centered and soft-middled. I like him in terms of one who's just really, really opened up. But unfortunately, he's got a set of shoulders that match the back end of him just a little bit too. I'd like to moderate him through the points of his shoulder. I'd like to just lay him in neater down the top of his shoulder. But that guy's sure big-centered and got a lot of power and quality about him. I like the really mature kind of ram going to come in fourth, one that's really got a super touch to him. He's one that handles with tremendous muscle shape on his top side, big testicles underneath that guy. I'd like to stouten his bone work just a touch. Gets a little more set to his rear leg perhaps than some might prefer. The big extreme one's going to come fifth, and I think you have to admire that guy in terms of tremendous performance and growth when you get into him. He's a touch flatter through his entire skeleton. I'd like to make him a touch more three-dimensional for me. Quality set, though. Really a good pair on the top end.
really attractive Border Leicester ewe lamb here to start off the class here. She wins when I get my hands on her. She's a thicker top type of ewe lamb here. She don't appear with all the fleece on the one on the second here, but when you get your hand, she is the wider topped. You put your hands over her loin. She's really long loined compared to the ewe in second. Just a really neat up through that front end, just a neat place to start. Ewe in second here, big old barrel type of female here. She's big, deep bodied. You know, one that you get your hands on her, you're just a little disappointed. She looks square, really square over that top, but you get your hands, she's not as thick as what she appears here. Maybe stretch her out just a little bit, but really good footed type of sheep to here in second. Congratulations to you both.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the natural colored Border Leicesters. First place goes to entry number 57, Little Falls Farm 216, Sarah McCormick, Green, Rhode Island. Second place to entry 56, Woolly Rose W 137842224, Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Now showing pair of ewe lambs. Your next class will be for natural colored champion and reserve champion ewe. Placing on the slick shorn March and later born ram lambs for the Suffolk show. First place to entry 40, Macaulay 5897, Macaulay Suffolks, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 38, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training 2222, Ethan Smith, Stewartson, Illinois. Third place to 43, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4 to 42, Bo and Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. And 5 to 39, Renegade Livestock Company, LLC, Monroe, Wisconsin. Placing on the natural colored pair of ewe lambs for the National Border Leicester show. First place goes to Sarah McCormick, Green, Rhode Island. Second place to Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. Third to Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin.
A nice set of March buck lambs here in the Suffolk show, and some contrasts about we'll discuss as we go. The real extended ram here we start with moves well. I think he's got adequate bone. We'd like to see more rib shape in the sheep for this point in time. Starts to cut up at the flank, but as a combination of traits, comes out of the shoulder right, carries down his top. Now he's got a long ways to go, but he has a basic foundation and structure to win this class. The ram in second, certainly stouter. He's got some more bone. I just like to change the shoulder and the shoulder neck juncture where he comes together. He's got a lot of nice things. He's got some rib shape, but I need that foundation structure to come together. The ram we're bringing to third, much further along, a longer trail certainly ahead for this ram. Much younger in his makeup today, I think, but he's got the same. I think he's got some chassis that goes with him. He carries out well. He's got some rib shape, and if you're a young ram, I think he's going to move out down the road. The ram we have in fourth, big growthy kind of a ram. He's got a lot of nice things about him. Doesn't travel quite as clean as the rest of the rams in the class. Maybe adequate to bring him forward, check him as we go forward, but he doesn't allow us to compete any higher in his class on that trait. Congratulations.
Placing on the March and later born fitted Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show, first place to entry 45. Bruce 4255, Barry Bruce, Linden, Indiana. Second to 48, K Slack 2263, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Third to entry 50, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. And 4 to 49, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Now ready to show our class of Slickshorn pair Ram Lambs.
We get out into the Border Leicester Natural Color Champion U drive here, and I think we got a lot of good females out here. There's a couple that kind of, I think, really hit me the hardest when they were in class, you know, and they're really good in the right kind here. They're big, stout type of females. Some look like they're going to have a really good future, you know. With that being said, I think let's put our hands together for these Border Leicester people, and I'll show you the ones I like.
For the National Border Leicester Show in the Natural Colored Division, our champion U goes to entry number 45 out of the late yearling U class, Hickory Grove 421, Hickory Grove Farm, Kendall and Ann Knowles, Colchester, Illinois. The reserve champion U came from the February ewe lamb class, entry 55, Little Falls Farm 2208, Sarah McCormick, Green, Rhode Island. Now ready for natural colored best headed ewe. Results from the Slickshorn pair Ram Lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First place, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second, McCulley Suffolks, William and Elizabeth McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. And third to Nancy Burton, Argyle, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the fitted portion of the Suffolk Show. First to Cynthia Huckins, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Now ready to show for Slickshorn Champion and Reserve Champion Ram. Slickshorn Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion Ram will be next. For the Border Leicester Natural Colored Show, Best Headed You went to entry number 53. Was Echo 2211, Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. Placing on the best fleece for the natural colored portion of our National Border Leicester Show. First place goes to Josie Baird of Canfield, Ohio with J. Baird 0015. Second place to Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware with Echo 2124. Third place to Hickory Grove Farm with entry 120. 4 to Sarah McCormick with Little Falls Farm 2208. And fifth to Kevin Kitchen with Willie Rose WI 3784 2224. Placing on the natural colored flock class, first place goes to Kevin Kitchen, Augusta, Wisconsin. Second place and winner of our Premier Exhibitor Award for the natural colored portion of our National Border Leicester Show is Lydia Smith, Greenwood, Delaware. That does conclude your National Border Leicester Show. Our judge has been Chris Meyer of Illinois.
Well, I think we get out our junior division Rams and our Slick Suffolk division, and the quality sure hasn't disappointed at all. All 6 of these Rams sure have some quality to them, and I think when what you see is what you get with them. They are big top, big hipped ones that have some skeleton to them. I appreciate the extra bone and ruggedness when you get into this set. And I'll be honest with you, there's a thing or two you'd like to change about a couple of the Rams out here, but I think that's the fun part about putting these things together in a breeding program. You get to hand pick how you make these things and kind of go from there. I think in terms of picking a champion, I think there's one out here in this junior division that suits me quite well, just in terms of muscularity and balance and handling quality. One that's extremely, extremely well balanced when you get him out here. and then puts together that combination of look and kind and rib shape and muscularity. For reserve, it gets a nickel closer for me, but I think there's another buck out here that I really, really like in terms of how he comes out of the backside of his blade. One that's really, really good in terms of his flank depth. One that I appreciate the extra bone and ruggedness in, and still attractive enough down through his chest floor. Certainly been my pleasure to sort through these junior rams out here. Let's give the exhibitors a nice round of applause, if you would. I'll get your champion in reserve.
For our Slickshorn Junior Champion Ram for the Suffolk Show, it goes to entry number 29 out of the February Ram Lamb class, Slack 10-241, Jordan Leininger. Pierceton, Indiana. The Reserve Junior Champion was first in the March and later Ram Lamb class, entry 40, Macaulay 5897, Macaulay Suffix, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for fitted Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion.
Six individuals here in the junior drive for the Suffolks, and you know, the quality from the January, February, and Marches stand for themselves. You can see with your eyes, supported by the hands that you put on these sheep. I think you you admire the positive traits, and you take into the balance. You're looking for the balance. You're looking for future as you go down through these younger classes, and you appreciate all the effort that takes to breed them and put them together and get them fitted and get them looking nice and bring them out and have people look at them from the sidelines and on the tape recordings as we go through time. But, you know, when you're right on top of them, you get a different view and you get an impression that, you know, there's some really, really outstanding individuals that represent the breed in 2022 here at the National Show. I'll go out and congratulate the winners, the ones I like the best, the ones I think tie together, and I think and there's a number of them will offer the breed some positive traits, but I'm going to pick the two I like the best here this morning.
For the fitted portion of our Suffolk show, our junior champion was first in the February Ram Lamb class, entry 33, Ruby Mountain 2217, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Cynthia Huckins, Spring Creek, Nevada. The reserve was second in that fitted February Ram Lamb class, entry 37, Cigar Smokers Syndicate 4250, Cigar Smokers Syndicate, Richard Shambo and Company, Laramie, Wyoming. We are ready to begin our Dorper show. We need Pedro DiStefano from Rhode Island. Your class is entering the ring. Dorper Yearling Rams are in the ring now. Judging our Dorper and White Dorper shows today is Warren Cood of Fort Stockton, Texas. Warren is a rancher with sheep and cattle and third generation on the ranch. He has Dorpers, Suffolks, and Rambouillets as well as Columbias. He's state director for the Texas Farm Bureau. He's the co-owner of a helicopter service which services Texas agriculture industry. Let's welcome Warren Cood to your Dorper White Dorper show this afternoon.
Well, we've certainly had a quality slick shorn Suffolk division out here in our Ram show, and I'm certainly pleased with all four of the Rams when we get them back out here. There's some variation in them, and I don't apologize for that. That's just kind of the, as I was telling Jeff, you know, sometimes if you go to the dance and you want to dance with somebody and the only one left to dance with is the fat bald-headed guy, that's who you got to dance with. And so that's kind of how it shakes out sometimes. And so I realized we got some that don't look like others out here, and that's okay. That's okay. I think as you guys put them back into breeding programs that you can utilize these guys a number of different ways. I think in terms of picking a champion and reserve out here, you've got to make some judgment calls about what you like and what you don't like, and there's things I'd change about each of these Rams just a little bit. But I think your champion Rams one is pretty unique just in terms of three-dimensional shape and power and structural design. I like extremely, extremely well. I think one that represents the slick division of this Suffolk breed quite well when you get them out here. For reserve, it gets a nickel closer. I think the other two bucks that come into contention, one of them I'd like to fix them just a little bit from their knee to the ground. The other one I'd like to change just a little bit in terms of how they hit the ground behind off of their rear two. But I think a quality set of Rams all the way through. My congratulations to all the exhibitors and breeders of these sheep. Let's give them a nice round of applause. I'll get your champion in reserve.
For our Suffolk show, the Slick Shorn Grand Champion Ram went to entry 29, which was our junior champion. Out of the February Ram Lamb class, Slack 10-241, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The Reserve Grand Champion goes to entry 10, our senior champion. Out of the senior Ram Lamb class, Macaulay 5592, Macaulay Suffolks, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready to select fitted Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram.
I'm certainly pleased with the quality of the Rams that are out here for this overall champion drive. Yearling bucks, and then my junior champions came out of the February class. I think, there's a lot of nice things about these Rams that contribute to the breed. Yeah, they look good in the show ring, but they'll also look good in the breeding pen and now and into the future. And I think there's a lot of things, nice things to consider in the evaluation. The yearling Ram, of course, we're at the end of the story. If he's going to be mature enough and deep enough and sound enough, this is the day that happens. And it's supported. You put your hands on him. He's got a big wide top in him. He's got a long level hip. He's the soundest Ram in that class and probably in the drive. We get into this junior champion Ram. Lots of appeal, really long-sided. You like the way he hits the ground. Again, the soundness traits, the foundation is there. He's got a long ways to go when you look at the outcome. The second place Ram in that group, certainly one to consider as well. You like to look at him. He's got a long ways to go. And by the way, that second yearling Ram, big stout kind of Ram that has a very useful purpose in the breed. I'm going to go out and congratulate the winners today and the champion 2022 or 2022 National Suffolk Show. I'm very proud to be part of the process. And when I go out and congratulate, please put your hands together and thank these folks for bringing out these fine Suffolk Rams.
Grand Champion Ram for the fitted portion of the Suffolk Show is entry number 7 out of the fitted yearling Ram class, KC Suffolk 2103, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Reserve champion goes to our junior champion out of the fitted February Ram Lamb class, entry 33, Ruby Mountain 2217, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Cynthia Huckins, Spring Creek, Nevada. Now showing best headed Suffolk Ram. That's the fitted and slicks together. Best headed Suffolk Ram, fitted and slicks together for that award.
We're evaluating the breed best headed of the Suffolk Rams in this entry, and that some folks just think that they have black head, they're a good breed type. Well, there's ear set, there's muzzle length, there is a number of considerations. I think when you get in and look at these sheep, what's the eye look like, what is the not the color of the head and these kind of features, and where the ears pop out. It's important. When people look at sheep, they look at the head. The first thing they see. If you're a sheep shearer, if nothing else, make sure you shear the head if they have wool, because that's what people see, and it's an important trait. As we look at these rams, we find our conclusion, the ram that held, I think, our best appeal in a Suffolk head today, with muzzle and length of ear, set of ear, and design overall, is going to be the slick-shored ram on the far end. Congratulations.
Best headed Suffolk Ram goes to Elizabeth and William McCauley Suffolks at Glen, Pennsylvania.
Well, a stout class of Rams to start the show, this Dorper show off with. I'm trying to go through and took a little more time on these Rams, trying to find one with the least amount of holes, the ones that balance up the most. What I'm looking for today, put all the pieces together. All 5 of these Rams are tremendously stout Rams, but they each have some things that I'd like to change about them. The ram that I'm going to start the class off has the least amount of holes, a ram that comes really balanced. He's extended out that front end and balances up in all the 1/3. A ram that's deep cut into his flank. He tracks out really true when his feet hit the ground, when he's tracking away from you and to you. A ram that doesn't disappoint you when you look come over his rack and all the way back into his rump. He's got a long rump on him. A ram that really has a lot of muscle that's going down low into his hock. A ram that's got a lot of natural muscle and eye appeal to him. We get into the second place ram, a big stout ram, a ram that's a little bit shorter cannon bone than what the ram is that I started with, but a ram that you have to appreciate that natural muscle that he brings to the table. A ram that if I could balance him up a little bit, he could have moved up very easily. The ram that we got in third is by far the most growthy ram that we have in the class, a ram that I really appreciate and love his head. I love that front end, but he comes in pieces to me today. But a ram that you really have to appreciate the depth of body that he brings and length of body that he brings to the table. Then we get into the fourth place ram. This is probably, I really love this ram on the profile, but he was probably the most common-headed ram of the 5 that were up here. But a ram that you have to appreciate the natural bone, depth of flank that he brings, and the levelness all the way up to his hip. Just a really nice ram, really opens up good in his rib shape. Then we get into the 5th place ram, another ram I kept going back and looking at, a ram that's really cut deep into his flank, a really masculine-headed ram, a ram that's got good bone. I just did not like the way that front feet set in. He was a little bit more narrow-based when he walked around the show ring, coming to me and away from me. But a ram that, again, you have to appreciate the power that he brings to the table. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the class of Dorper Yearling Rams, first place goes to entry number 3, Lazy 5 Ranch 5141, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Second to entry 7, Lazy 5 Ranch 5188, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to entry 11, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to 13, Sidney Phipps, Wilmington, Delaware. 5 to entry 4, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 6 to 251, Griffin Averill, Litchfield, Maine. 7 to 8, Braden Alexander, Lincoln, Illinois. 8 to 1, Jenna Ray McHenry, Petersburg, Illinois. 9 to 6, Kimberly Leib, Terre Haute, Indiana. And 10 to 12, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
phenomenal set of these yearling ewes in the Slick Suffolk division out here, and I'll be honest with you, I like to take some pieces off of each one of them to get the one that I really, really like. The ewe that's going to win the thing, she's just so three-dimensional in her shape. Her body shape and rib cage and flank, totally phenomenal out here. For a female that's got that much mass and power, she's still acceptable up through her front end. She set her in motion. She is a little shorter strided than I'd prefer. I'd like to loosen her step just a little bit. And that's the advantage that the ewe in second's got. She's leaner. She's fresher in her appearance. I love the front end, the neck in that female. When she cocks off, she looks really the part. I love her when you set her in motion. She is the most athletic one out here. Now, she rolls out of her hip when you set her in motion. I'd like to square her to her rump just a little bit. I'd like to take just a little of that breastplate out of that gal, but that is a quality sheep that's be standing second. Sheep that's coming third, probably the finest, frailest featured one of the trio out on the top end. She is probably one of the leaner ones of the group too, and I do appreciate that about her. Big top sheep just in terms of muscle shape and power. You get behind her and she flattens just a nickel, but it's just because she doesn't have quite the skeleton in her the top two have. You that's going to come forth. I really think if she had any kind of brain between her ears, that one could win the class. She is the really radical fronted one. She's good in her ribs. She's a big sheep. It's got some power to her. She's quite a bit leaner in her basic composition. Here's one, though, that just won't get out and go, and so it's a little hard to evaluate how loose structured this gal really is, but I think she's got some pieces you have to admire. Big-bodied one going to come in fifth. I love how bold she is in terms of her cage. She's probably the most moderate of the top five. She's one that's got a nickel more cover on her just in terms of body condition out here. I'd like to lean her up just a touch. Superset of these ewes on the top end. Congratulations.
Placing on the early Slickshorn class of yearling ewes for the Suffolks, first place to entry 53, McCully 5179. McCully Suffolks, William and Elizabeth McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to 51, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training 2108. Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Ethan Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Third place to entry 56, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4 to 59, McCully Suffolks, William and Elizabeth McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to 60, McCully Suffolks, William and Elizabeth McCully. Sixth place to 57, Bo and Peyton Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 7 to 54, Addison Sheets, Perry, Oklahoma. 8 to 52, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 9 to 68, Nancy Burton, Argyle, Wisconsin. Now showing the late class of Slickshorn yearling ewes.
Really got a powerful pair of yearlings on the top end of the class. I think the ewe that's going to win the drive, perhaps not quite as extended right through her front third, but where she wins is when you set her in motion. That gal is absolutely athletic as you can make one, extremely true in her spine when you set her in motion. I love this gal in terms of how bold she is in terms of her rib cage, and then can get out and handle it extremely well. That's just a really, really complete one to win the class. The ewe that's going to come second, I like that one when she's propped up. She is freak-necked. I love how tall-fronted she is. Big, bold, powerful kind of ewe that's got a tremendous amount of quality to her. Set her in motion, and she wants to get up under herself a little bit. She ties up in her spine just a touch more, but man, that's two good ewes on the top end of the class. Ewe that's going to come third, another one of these gals that's really, really attractive in terms of her front end. She wants to get just a little tighter back in her flank. I'd like to drop the rear rib in her just a touch, but still cool-fronted, long-bodied, super attractive, well-balanced one. We just got to change that underline on her just a touch. I love the ewe that's going to come next, just bold and stout and really props up, extremely attractive. I like her in terms of one who's really straight-lined in her kind. Gets just a nickel frailer featured when you get into her. Perhaps one that we'd just like to stouten her up skeletally. I like the ewe that's going to come in fifth, probably one of the more moderate ones of the group, but complete and sound in her kind. She's one that you appreciate in terms of her total type. Perhaps gets a nickel lower fronted and drops out of her pin set just a touch when you set her in motion. Quality set of yearlings, guys. Congratulations.
Well, a nice set of rams in this second class. I started one ram I started the class off with, a ram that comes to me really balanced, a ram that's really good on his feet and legs when he's tracking to you and away from you, a ram that's got really nice rib shape about him, really opens up, carries that dimension down low in his body, and when you compare that dimension through his body to his length of body, that's what really sets him apart. A ram that's got a lot of natural muscle, really pretty ram, balances up really nice on all thirds. A ram that doesn't disappoint you when you get into his hip, carries his muscle way down into his hock. We get into the second place ram, another ram I really liked. I mean, we got two different styles. We got a looser hided ram in front, and then a little tighter hided ram. But this second place ram, you really have to appreciate the head about this ram, the natural muscle that he carries. He's cut up deeper into his flank than the first place, but another ram that really balances out, has a lot of natural muscle expression to him. Really good on his feet and legs. I wish that if we could have opened him up a little bit on his brisket, where he tracked out a little bit more on the corners, he could have easily moved into that first place. We get into the third place, a ram that really is eye-appealing when you get him on the profile, a ram that's really balanced up, nice rib design. I don't think he's carrying the amount of natural muscle that the two rams that stand above him do, but a ram that you have to appreciate the bone, and when his feet hit the ground, he tracks that very, very true from you. A lot of length of body, carries a lot of dimension across his top. Then we get into the fourth place ram, a ram that doesn't have the bone that the three rams above him have, a ram that wants to narrow up in his hip, but a ram that you have to appreciate that depth of body, that rib shape that he has about him, the head, a ram that's deep cut into his flank. If we could have just made him a little bit fuller into that rump area, he could have moved up very easily. Then we get into the fifth place ram. Another ram that's, when you get him on the profile, really eye-appealing, but he's cut up way high in his flank, and then that translates back into his muscle on his rear leg. Has a lot of muscle expression, but it just doesn't want to drop down there as far as what the rams that stood above him. But a ram that you really have to appreciate the upfrontiness, the cleanliness of this ram. This ram is more, doesn't really want to open up in that rib shape like the rams that stood above him, but again, a ram that really profiles and is really upfronted. Then we get into the sixth place ram, Another ram that's really long-sided ram just did not have the natural muscle or bone to take him any higher in the class. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on our late slick-shorn yearling U class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry number 66, Macaulay 5513, Macaulay Suffolks, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 65, Macaulay 5481, Macaulay Suffolks, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 61, Macaulay Suffolks, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. And fourth to entry 63, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 5 to 70, Autumn Dotson, Veneta, Oklahoma. 6 to 71, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 7 to 69, Nancy Burton, Argyle, Wisconsin. Placing on the pair of yearling U class for the Slickshorn division. First to Macaulay Suffolks, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to Nancy Burton, Argyle, Wisconsin. For the Dorper Fall Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 21, Binks Family Farm 650, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. Second to 25, Narrowgate Farm 656, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Third to 17, Manger Farms, Inglewood, Ohio. 4 to 27, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 5 to 23, Kimberly Libe, Terre Haute, Indiana. Sixth place to 18, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 7 to 19, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulna, North Carolina. Eighth place to 26, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 9 to 28, Mallory Wilson, Fancy Farm, Kentucky. And 10 to entry 20, Joseph Wilson, Fancy Farm, Kentucky.
A deep and powerful fitted yearling U class. Really and really impressed with the quality of these ewes, and as we go on down through them, there is those some sort. The ewe that wins this class is the largest frame ewe. That's not why she wins the class. It's certainly an advantage for it to some extent, but this is the freest, easiest moving ewe in this top end of this class. She puts them on the corners. She hits them right where she's supposed to. She's got some depth aside to her. She's got a really good front end. She's not overly extended in her makeup. I just think when you get in handle her and you watch her move, she's the one you could put a glass on her, of water in her hip and not drop it off. I love the body shape. I love the characteristics of this second place ewe. I think she's just a sweetheart. Brood ewe written all over as expected. That's what this is supposed to be about. She just doesn't travel as free and easy as my top ewe. She's a little tighter in her movement. Maybe it's maybe a smidge overcritical, because this is one powerful sheep that we will hear about as we get in this top end, and as you expect this in the history or going forward, you might look back and say that might be the stud ewe of the group. Very similar body shape in this third place ewe. Doesn't come up with as much body length, but she's got the rib shape and the design that we've got in our second, a very nice third place individual. Real long-sided ewe, carrying a little more extra condition maybe than she needs today. I like the body length. I like the way she handles down her top. She doesn't have quite that appeal and flash as we get on through her. And a really nicely balanced ewe to round out the top five. Just doesn't have enough depth aside and rib shape to compete with these five ewes and the five ewes in the upper group of this yearling ewe Class 1. Congratulations.
Placing on the early fitted yearling U class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 77, Ream 1F7, Octavia. Chuck Ream, Willits, California. Second to entry 72, KC Suffix 2102, Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. Third place to entry 83, 5-star J 103121, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. 4 to 75, Randy Dombach, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 5 to entry 85, Peterson Sheep Company, Doug and Lindy Peterson, Lemon, South Dakota. 6th place to 73, Avery Sullivan, Washington, Illinois. 7 to 76, Zach and Ty Schulerman, Everly, Iowa. 8th place to entry 80, 5-star J, Princeton, Indiana. 9 to 82, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And 10 to 95, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan.
Well, a really nice set of ram lambs in this Dorper class. The ram that I'm starting the class off with, just not a lot of holes in this ram. A ram that if I was going to change anything just right off the bat, maybe make his head a little bit more masculine, but a ram that really balances up length of body and depth of body. A ram that has a nice amount of bone to him and a lot of natural muscle to him. He could be cut a little deeper into his flank, but then when you get back and really look at him from the rear, coming over his rack all the way out to his tail pin and tail head. A ram that really carries that dimension all the way through his body. A ram that's really nice made into his rib shape. Then we get into the second place, another ram that's got a tremendous amount of natural muscle to him, a ram that's really cut deep into his flank, really has a lot of dimension over his rack all the way out to his pin set, a ram that's really probably one of the more masculine headed rams in the class, a ram that's really tracks out good on his feet and legs. And then we get into the third place ram. All three of these I really appreciate. All three of these ram lambs. Another ram that's really masculine headed, a ram that's got a lot of natural muscle to him, a lot of thickness all the way across his top, but a ram that was cut up more in his flank than what the two that stood above him. And when you got behind and started analyzing that buck, you could really see where that muscle tended to stop compared to what the two that were above him. Then we get into the fourth place ram, a ram that really profiles beautifully on the side, or a ram that's balanced out. I really like the hair covering on this ram too. A ram that's he's not dry, he's not just tremendously wet. He's just right there in the middle, and I really appreciate that when you want to take him back out and turn him out in the real world. A ram that's got a lot of depth of body, but he just did not have the natural muscle that the rams had that stood above him. But a nice ram in his own right. Then we get into the fifth place ram, a big growthy ram, a ram I don't think had the natural muscle that the four that stood above him, but a ram that you really have to appreciate that wet style that he brings. Beautiful headed ram, but he came to me more in pieces and didn't want to balance up near as much as the ones above him. But a ram that will definitely, if you're out in the rural world, that's the type you want to put them on them, because they're not going to require a lot of maintenance on them. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing for the Dorper Winter Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 33, Narrowgate Farm 700, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Second place to 37, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5461, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to 35, Rudy Benecke, Shelbyville, Kentucky. 4 to entry 30, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 5 to 31, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 6 to 34, Joseph Wilson, Fancy Farm, Kentucky. 7 to 38, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 8 to entry 40, Braden Alexander, Lincoln, Illinois.
All right, y'all feel want to make just a small circle.
Again, power in the, no surprise in the Suffolk yearling ewes. Here we get in, I think we got a really good set of ewes to consider. Some ewes with some bone, and they got some rib shape. When we start finding those kinds, you know, I want them to walk. It's really important on the move. And get in and handle them and evaluate their structure on spot as well. Front third, middle third, and from the hip back. And I think I got the two U's here that I thought really kind of moved to the front of the class. This U that I start with, I like her femininity, yet her power that's built in her. She's got some rib shape. She carries bone. I'd like to see her stride a little longer, but I think she's just so good in all other areas that the package still rises to the top. The U in second, a big rib, big bold kind of a U. Again, big chassis with this U. She doesn't handle quite as nicely down her top when you get into the middle as we got in this top U, but I think a really high quality U, and again, stud caliber potential. The U may be surprised it comes in here in third, fits that design, fits that model. She's not as large. She's plenty big enough, but she's really good enough. And that's why she's in third today. It's that logical third place. She's the one that's got a lot of tools. She's really short fleeced. She comes with you with a lot of eye appeal and some good things to go. The fourth place U, real long-sided, big. She's carrying a lot of condition today, as others are, but she shows that a bit more in the way she proportions out from the front, carrying back through that rib and beyond. And then a big, real big rib kind of U here in fifth. Not quite as sound on the travel as my U's, not as much bone, but I admire and appreciate the qualities that she brings, particularly in her body design.
There's only 3 Ram Lambs in this class, but a class that could certainly have used a lot of competition. The Ram that starting the class off with, a super neat made, a very balanced Ram, a Ram that's got a lot of natural bone and muscle to him, a Ram that's cut deep into his flank, a Ram when you start analyzing him over his rack all the way into his tail, carries a lot of dimension, really pretty rib shape about him. He's really opened up when he's coming to you and away from you. Really puts his feet down good. Second place Ram, a Ram that wants to shorten up a little bit compared to the first place, but another Ram that follows the pattern of the first one. Deep cut into his flank, really nice rib shape to him. A Ram that's not as clean, maybe up through his brisket area as what the first place Ram, but a Ram that just does not have a lot of holes in him. Then we get into the third place Ram, a growthy Ram Lamb here, a lot of length of body, just didn't have the bone or natural muscle to be able to move them up any higher. Let's give all 3 of these exhibitors a round of applause.
For the Dorpers in our Spring Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 44, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5454, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second place to entry number 42, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5495, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And third place to 45, Braden Alexander, Lincoln, Illinois. Placing on the class of late fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolk Show, first place goes to entry 89, Wolf's 2126, Trixie, Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. Second to 91, Knable 2448, James Knable, Antioch, Illinois. Third to 87, Andre Wrench, Greenfield Center, New York. 4 to entry 88, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 5 to 84, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. 6 to entry 86, 5-star J, Princeton, Indiana. 7th place to 92, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 8 to 94, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 9 to entry 878, Zach and Ty Schulerman, Everly, Iowa. And 10 to entry 90, Brandon Close, Barrett, Minnesota. Placing on the pair of fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolk Show, first place to Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. Second, third to Zach and Ty Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. And fourth to Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan.
Well, it's been fun to come out and evaluate these Dorper Rams. I'm always a little bit more critical on the male side than I am the female side because it's going to make such a more dramatic impact. The old saying that the ewe is in charge of whatever lamb she has, and the ram's in charge of a bunch of lambs. So I try to keep that in the back of my head when I'm trying to look for something that is has the least amount of holes in it, something that will bring positive things to your breeding program. What I pick at here may not be what you need at your house genetically. A lot of times you need more bone, or you need more muscle, or you need more length of body, or you need to change the hide covering, or whatever you're trying to accomplish. And so that is dependent on what you're doing in your breeding program. And when I'm out here, I'm just trying to find the rams that have the least amount of holes and put everything together the best in my eyes, because I'm the one that has to be satisfied with what I'm doing. And I think we've got eight rams out here that are nice represent of the Dorper breed. Nice 8 rams that are good on their feet and legs, have some bone, natural muscle to them, have breed type to them, and can definitely make an impact to anybody's breeding program. And with that, I'll go out here and there's 2 rams that kind of fit the pattern of one another, and I will go out here and shake the hands of your champion and your reserve champion.
champion ram for the Dorper Show goes to the first place yearling ram, entry number 3, Lazy 5 Ranch 5141, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. The reserve champion was first in the winter ram lamb class, entry 33, Narrowgate Farm 700, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee.
Beautiful set of these falls out here in the slick division. I think the ewe that wins the class does it pretty well for fun for me. I think here's one that when you set her in motion, she is so much more athletic than the remaining ewes in the top 5. Her freedom of step, her length of hind saddle, and as a result, her length of hip relates into that extra length of step behind. Extremely controlled in terms of how she handles her hock to the ground on the move. And then she's just big and bold through her cage and still attractive in her kind. The ewe that's going to come second, probably a little fancier if you just want to talk about neatness of lower shoulder. She's really, really attractive when you get into her. In relation to that ewe in third, she's more collected down her spine. She's truer as you get out over her hip-loin junction. I like this ewe in terms of the look she gives me up through her front end. She's a nickel frailer boned and finer featured when you get into her. You set her in motion and she gets tangled up just a touch off both ends of her skeleton. But I think a real high quality kind of ewe to come second. I like the ewes in third and fourth extremely well. They're both leaner and fresher as they come to me. The ewe in third's just got more to her. I like her extra power. I like the extra body and flank in that ewe. She's one that when you set her in motion, and even when she's parked, she wants to come up in her spine just a little bit. I'd like to free her up and loosen her up structurally as she gets out and goes. But that's a quality ewe standing in third. I like a lot of things about that ewe in fourth. Maybe the leanest, freshest one of the group. Really good in terms of one who's got tremendous shape on the top side of her. She's one I'd like to drop just a touch more middle in terms of body shape, but that's a high quality female. It's going to really make an impact as you have put her back into the flock. ewe that's going to come in fifth, a little more conventional perhaps, but man, she's big-bodied and she's soggy, and I appreciate that about her. I love her with the base. I'd just like to neaten her through her shoulder when you get into her. You get behind her, the amount of thickness she's got in relation to her skeleton, she's out of proportion just a touch. Quality set of sheep, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 101, Macaulay 5591. Macaulay suffix, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 100, Macaulay 5597. Macaulay suffix, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to 105, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4 to entry 106, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 5 to 102, Bo Howe, Danforth, Illinois. 6 to 98, Addison Sheets, Perry, Oklahoma. 7 to 103, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 8 to entry 104, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina.
It's no surprise we get in these fall lambs, and again, the trend across the breeds is that there's a lot of depth in the fall classes, contrast 10 years ago and certainly well beyond that. And so it's really gets to be a fun class, and this one's no different. There's a lot of quality all the way through. I start the class with you. It really has a lot of balance, a lot of good things going for it. Big rib shape, plenty of bone, gets out on the corners, really good handling sheep down the top, and, starting to pick up some condition, but she handles it well in my view. The ewe I have in second, I think similar in body shape, comes off a little straighter off those hind wheels than we've got in this first ewe, a little lighter bone, but she's got enough. She's got plenty of rib shape. Maybe like to give her just a little more femininity up through the front third. A really youthful appearing lamb here in third place. I really like the shape and design. She just loses some of the power we got in these top two, but a bright future in that ewe. The ewe we have in fourth, really good fall ewe lamb as we discussed. There's a lot of good falls being born and offered and put out in the country. This one just doesn't travel as well off the hind twos as the top three ewes in the class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Suffolk Fitted Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 108, Whispering Hills 2120, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 107, EB Suffix 450, Eric Bruns, Rossburg, Ohio. Third place to 110, 5-star JF 210121, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. And 4 to entry 109, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Well, in this class, we start the Dorper ewes off with 5 really high quality, nice ewes out here in the ring. They each bring a little bit of something to the table, but the one thing that shows a lot of consistency is the femininity in these ewes. The ewe that I'm starting the class off just has the least amount of holes, a ewe that's got a lot of bone to her. She may not be as cut as deep in the flank as the 4 ewes behind her, but a ewe that you really have to appreciate the balance she brings, the length of body, depth of body, and the amount of natural muscle, and then really pretty up to the front end, really pretty head on this ewe. A nice ewe to start the class off. That's not taking anything away from the second place, a ewe that when you get on the profile, beautiful ewe, a ewe that has a lot of femininity, very square made. That's what sets her apart from the third place is that length of body. She really has pretty rib shape to her, cut deep into her flank, really carries a lot of muscle. And then that length of hip was also, and squareness of hip, set her apart from that third place. But a very high quality female on that second hole. Then we get into the third place ewe, another really tremendous female, a female with a lot of femininity. She's not as clean up to the brisket as the first place, but a ewe that you really have to appreciate the natural muscle and the squareness that she brings. She was a little shorter hipped than the first and second place, but a ewe that has a lot of natural muscle to her. Beautiful wedge shape about her, really cut deep into her flank, and again, really tracks true when she's coming to you and away from you. Then we get into the fourth place ewe, another ewe that's got a tremendous amount of femininity, really level out. She was a little more shorter coupled in that hip than what the ones that sit above her. I don't think she had the natural muscle, but a ewe that's very balanced, a ewe that will be a tremendous breeding asset in that breeding program. A ewe, again, deep in flank. She just didn't have like I said, the natural muscle, in my opinion, that the ones that sit above her. Then we get into the fifth place ewe, a ewe that really caught my eye when she walked in to the show ring. A ewe that's got a lot of femininity, beautiful headed, probably the longest sided ewe in the class, but a ewe that just didn't have that depth of body to match that in that girt to match that length of body, but a ewe that you really have to appreciate the amount of natural muscle. Let's give all 5 of these exhibitors a round. 5 very high quality ewes in this class.
Well, we drop in all our class winners, and it comes, and then those that were their contemporaries that were second to them in the senior division of the Slick Suffolks, and that's a powerful set of sheep, guys. Whether you're into that kind or not, I mean, you have to admire them in terms of their body, and they've still got growth and performance to them. All these sheep have tremendous muscle shape when you get on the top side of them. I think the difference is there as you put them in motion, there's some differences in how these sheep get out and track and go. There's some differences in terms of chest floor and leanness and freshness in this set. I think there's one out here that's pretty unique in terms of what she combines in terms of length of body, length of neck, and overall freshness out here. And then you put her in motion, and she's as good as anything we've gotten to drive out here. But she's just more extended. She's better balanced. She's one that still has all that rib shape and kind to her. I think an awfully good one from that perspective. For reserve, it gets a touch closer for me, and you've got to make the judgment call. Do you go with length of body and power and mass, maybe one that's a little off in its balance, or do you go with one who's a touch sounder in terms of how she handles out when called to the lead? But I think a beautiful set of sheep nonetheless. Your senior champion used the fall ewe out of the last class. Reserve will be the oldest yearling ewe. Congratulations.
Slick-sheared senior champion ewe for the Suffolk Show goes to entry 101 from the Slick-shorn senior ewe lamb class, Macaulay 5591. Macaulay suffix William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve senior champion ewe for the slick-sheared division was our first place early slick-shorn yearling ewe, entry 53, Macaulay 5179. Macaulay suffix William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for fitted, senior champion, and reserve. Placing on the senior yearling U class for the Dorpers. First place goes to entry 49, Hortz Livestock 20033, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Second to entry 50, Riverwood Farm 7094, Sydney Phipps, Wilmington, Delaware. Third to entry 48, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 4 to 51, Brody Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 5 to entry 54, Joshua Wilson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. 6 to 52, Joshua Wilson. 7 to 53, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 8 to 55, Mallory Wilson, Fancy Farm, Kentucky.
An outstanding set of females here in the Suffolk breed for the senior champion drive. Two Class of yearling ewes, Class of fall ewe lambs, first and second, respective, stacked up in the order closest to me and away. And I tell you what, there's you can go a lot of different ways. There's some different styles of sheep available, but they're all really good. There's ewes with lots of condition. There's some without, some with more wool, some less. But the thing is, the foundation of these sheep, they're all really, really good. They're very acceptable on the way they move. There's always some things you could change, but when you get into design and you look at, you're projecting, these are the elite females that'll make a difference in the breed for the next 5 years and probably beyond. That's where I'm looking at. Where do they contribute? You know, not necessarily for my responsibility, but how does it potentially propel and help the breed and the exhibitors that own these sheep? Again, there's some favorites out here that I think rise to the top for me in body design and scale, and we're going to use the ones I like the best, my preference for champion and reserve. I'll go out and shake their hands. Let's put our hands together in the audience to congratulate these folks on a fine set of Suffolk ewes.
Champion senior fitted ewe for the Suffolk Show goes to our first place in the late fitted yearling ewe class, entry 89, Wolf's 2126, Trixie, Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. The reserve senior champion for the fitted division is entry 77 from the early class of fitted yearling ewes, Ream 1F7, Octavia, Chuck Ream, Willits, California.
5 really nice females in this class of Dorper ewes. The ewe that I'm starting off, a really powerful ewe, a ewe that's got a tremendous amount of natural muscle to her, really nice over her rack all the way out to her tail set, a ewe that's got a lot of femininity, a lot of breed type, a ewe that if I was going to change, I'd like to see her cut a little deeper into her flank and carry that muscle a little lower into her hock on that rear leg. But a ewe that you really have to appreciate the amount of dimension she has coming all the way out through her rump and through her hip. A very nice ewe when she tracks to you and away from you. We get into the second place, a long-sided ewe, a ewe that didn't have that rib shape that the first place, but a ewe that, again, you have to appreciate that length of body, the amount of bone, and the squareness of hip. This ewe probably has a little longer hip than what that first place. And I appreciate the depth of flank and the amount of muscle that goes down in that hock. 2 very nice ewes to start the class off with. Then we get into the third place ewe, a big growthy ewe, a ewe that's long-sided. A ewe I don't think that she had the amount of natural muscle that the first and second place, but a ewe that you really have to appreciate that wedge shape to her, depth of flank, and the femininity that she brings to the table. Then we get into the fourth place ewe, a ewe that really profile's nice on the side when you're looking at her. A ewe that's cut deep into her flank. She just did not have the framework underneath her that the ewes that stood above her or the natural muscle. But a ewe, again, that you have to appreciate her on her lines, that wedge shape that she brings to the table, and that smoothness of lines. And then we get into the fifth place, a ewe that's probably the frailest made of the ewes that stood above her, but a ewe that is beautiful when you get her on the profile and you're looking at her. Tons of femininity. There's not any big holes in this ewe. She just didn't have the substance that the 4 above her did. But 5 very, very nice ewes. So let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the class of junior yearling ewes for the Dorpers, first place goes to entry 60, Kelly, 1019, Paisley Lord, Blanket, Texas. Second to entry 62, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5275, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to entry number 59, Brock Kessler, LaPorte, Indiana. 4 to entry 66, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. And 5 to entry 65, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Placing on the Dorper pair of yearling ewes, first place goes to Joshua Wilson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second place goes to Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee.
Real high quality set of females as we start into the slick division here. I think the ewe that's going to lead out the class just kind of dominates, not only in terms of performance, but here's one that when you're setting her in motion, she's extremely athletic, extremely good in terms of her joints, in terms of how she gets around the ring, holds her top line extremely true and correct in her kind, and then she's attractive enough in her front end and just flatter about her scapula and more extended when you get out on the top side of this one. I really like the shape of the ewe that's in second. You're talking about one that's monster racked and big top. That gal is really good from that perspective. but she gets a nickel shorter right in her hip in relation to her percentage of hind saddle. When you get into that female, I like her extremely well in terms of one who's just got more rib and more flank in her than the ewe in third. Ewe in third is beautiful when she's propped up. She is freak necked. She's tremendously long bodied. She is just a shade frailer featured. She's smaller footed when you get into her. I'd like to drop just a touch more rib into her. In the same situation with the ewe that's going to come forth. That thing is a freak through the front third of her skeleton, and I love her from that perspective. But I just like to drop a touch more flank and a little more rib in her. I think her better days are when she comes back as a yearling, once she bodies down just a little bit. You that's going to come in fifth, still a nice one, just in terms of balance and kind, extremely good. She doesn't have the length of body. She doesn't have the extremeness of front that we see in some of those that precede her, but a quality set of sheep, guys. Congratulations.
Results of the Slickshorn January ewe lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 111, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training 2203. Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Ethan Smith, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to 114, Slack 10196, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third place to 122, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. 4 to 124, William and Elizabeth McCauley, Suffolk at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry number 113, Kenzie Brown, Grapeland, Texas. 6th place to 115, McCauley Suffolk, William and Elizabeth McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 7 to 119, William and Elizabeth McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 8th place to 123, McCauley Suffolk, William and Elizabeth McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 9 to 121, Renegade Livestock Company, LLC, Monroe, Wisconsin. And 10 to 112, Kenzie Brown, Grapeland, Texas.
Certainly is no surprise, a very deep class of January ewe lambs and some very useful kind all the way through. You know, contrast in this little extra time on this top two here. These are really good females. There's some differences in the way they're put together. They're all big enough, certainly. But we get into the design of this first ewe. She's carrying less wool throughout. She's really long-sided. She's got plenty of body depth for me. She balances up. She excels up through the front third is where I really like this sheep that over my second place ewe. Yeah, I really like a lot of good stuff about the balance of traits that we have in the second ewe. But I just like to make her she just starts coursing up a little bit in that lower part of that chest floor. But and I'd like to see her carry out just a little better from the pin back. But two outstanding females. A really fresh, youthful, logical third place lamb here. Not a hole in this sheep. This sheep is true right down his top. She travels really well. She's got a bright future, but today not enough power to move into the top two in this class. Really nice ewe here in fourth with big rib shape. Doesn't have maybe the special traits, comes up a little shorter in her overall side view than we've got in those top three, but really appreciate the quality that she brings in. And a really nice short fleece ewe here in fifth. Just not enough rib shape to come up into this top end of this class. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted January ewe lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 128, Dombeck family, 3737, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Second place to entry number 126, EB Suffix 453, Eric Bruns, Rossburg, Ohio. Third to entry 127, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 125, Lynn Murray, Higginsville, Missouri. 5 to entry 129, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 6 to entry 130, Brandon Close, Barrett, Minnesota. And 7 to entry 134, Brett and Lori Elke, Barrett, Minnesota.
Well, this class has a lot of depth from the top to the bottom, even the ones that are still over on the rail. I'm trying to go through here and get some ewe-lambs out here to look at that have a lot of the pieces that I'm already looking for are more complete, the less holes in them. But let's give all these. There's still good sheep over there on the rail. They're just not balancing it up as well today for me, or they're missing something that I'm not putting in the center of the ring. But nevertheless, it's a good set of sheep. Let's give all those exhibitors that are exiting the ring a round of applause, please.
Quality set of February slicks out here. I think the ewe that wins the class simply is the best balanced one of the set out here. I love this ewe in terms of one who combines tremendous length of body. She's beautiful hipped when you get into her. And to me, she's just neater shouldered, more attractive in her kind. Still has a big, massive top laid in her. That's just a real intriguing female to win the class. The ewe that's going to come second, I think, is the most like her. I like that ewe in terms of one who's got tremendous power when you get into her. Still good in terms of her body shape. She's just balances better from her underlying perspective than the ewe that's going to come third. she's one that I think is, again, still really, really good in terms of her chest floor. Just a quality pair of ewes on the top end of the class. The ewe that's going to come third, maybe as extreme and late maturing as anything we've got out here. I think that, again, that ewe's better days are when she comes back as a yearling next year. I love her length of front. I love her length of body. Really a lean-made, ultra-fresh one as she comes. She just doesn't quite have the natural rear rib that we see in the top two ewes. The ewe that's going to come next, I question how far to go with this ewe. I think when you get her propped up, she looks the part. She's level. She's straight. She's really attractive fronted. She's inverted in her shape just a little bit. I'd like to shallow her chest floor in relation to her rear rib just a bit. But I think that's a good ewe that's got tremendous future ahead of her. The ewe that's going to balance a class, again, a real immature one out here. I like the natural with the base in that ewe in terms of how square she is in her kind. You get out behind her, and she's the one who flattens quite a bit more, both through her forerib and down through her lower stifle. Quality set on the top end, guys. Congratulations.
Results from the early February Slick Shorn class of Suffolk ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 138, Slack 10211 ST, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to entry 142, Slack 10226, Jordan Leininger. Third place to entry 155, Macaulay, Suffolk, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 141, William Zwires, Thorntown, Indiana. 5 to 137, Macaulay Suffolk, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. 6th place to 136, Nancy Burton, Argyle, Wisconsin. 7 to 140, Nancy Burton. 8 to 139, William Zwires, Thorntown, Indiana.
as I said a while ago, when we released those, super quality in the show ring on these top 10, and then there's a lot of quality that left the show ring. The ewe that I'm starting the class off with, a ewe that puts everything together for me. Could she be a little cleaner up front? Yeah. Could she be a little deeper in her flank? Yeah. But she balances up super nice, has a lot of dimension coming across her rib all the way to her tail head. A ewe that's got a really pretty wedge shape about her. A ewe that's got a lot of natural muscle, a lot of bone. A pretty headed, a lot of femininity with this ewe. A ewe that really tracks out nice when she's coming to you and away from you. The ewe that we have in second, ewe that's a longer bodied ewe than what I started the class off with, and a ewe that you've got to really appreciate the squareness of hip. But a ewe that just did not have that natural muscle, in my opinion, at the first place. But a ewe that you have to really appreciate that femininity and that dimension she has coming across her top. Then we get into the third place, kind of a cookie cutter to the second place ewe, but a ewe that wants to shorten up in her center portion of her body, doesn't have that length of body that the first or second place ewes. But a ewe that you really have to appreciate the correctness and the squareness she has, squareness in hip, and the amount of natural muscle and femininity that she's bringing today. Then when you want to just talk about a beautiful ewe to profile on the side, a ewe that's got a tremendous amount of femininity, that's going to be this fourth place ewe. A ewe that you can look at all day long. She walks out square from you. She's not carrying near the amount of framework underneath her that the first three ewes have in this class, but a ewe that when you get her on the profile and eye appealing, this is definitely a ewe that you can take home, put the right ram power on her, and is going to make some tremendous lambs out of a ewe I really appreciate for that eye appeal. And then we get into the fourth place ewe, another ewe that's really pretty to look at on the profile. She's not as square made in the hip as the ewe above her, but and she doesn't really carry that wedge shape. But she's got a tremendous amount of depth of flank to her and natural muscle. Another really pretty ewe to get on the side. Then we get into the sixth place ewe, a ewe that's more round made in her muscling. She's docked a little higher than what the other two ewes, but a ewe that you have to appreciate the length of body, the natural muscle that she's carrying, and that depth of flank. Another ewe that's got a lot of femininity about her. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Really strong group of Suffolk ewe lambs here in this division, and I think they really flow nicely. This top two ewes, a lot to discuss. We'll be short and brief though, in that there's a contrast between these ewes. They're both big frame ewes. They got plenty of length, but this first ewe here, when you put your hands on her, she just has more natural thickness. She carries out over that loin edge and over the rack very nicely. She comes into a really elegant front end, very nice breed type and kind. Comes a heavier bone, and she's got enough body depth for me to win the class today. A really large frame, great future, fresh kind of a ewe, not as far along in his maturity, I think, yet today. And we're getting these Februarys. That's not a surprise. Bright future, no question about it. But she's got to have just a bit more natural thickness into that package today to get over the top of the ewe here in first place. The ewe in third, love the shape, love the design, which just doesn't want to hold together quite as well on the move as my top two ewes. But good bone work, great body length, nice balance from front to rear. A really stout made kind of ewe here in fourth. Comes up a little shorter and shorter sided. Doesn't have maybe as much natural thickness as she might appear. She's carrying a bit more wool than a couple of the ewes up higher. And a real clean made ewe there here in fifth place to round out. Just doesn't have those special traits to get up and get into the hunt in these top four. But certainly an admiration for the quality that she brings to the table.
Placing on the early fall ewe lamb class for the Dorpers, first place goes to entry 76, Lazy 5 Ranch 5327, Joshua Wilson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second to 82, Lobdell Dorpers F2206, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Third to entry 73, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to entry 80, Mallory Wilson, Fancy Farm, Kentucky. 5 to 77, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 6th place to 84, Ben Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 7 to 75, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 8 to 253, Griffin Averill, Litchfield, Maine. 9 to 87, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. And 10 to Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Placing on the class of early fitted February ewe lambs for the Suffolks, first place to entry 148, KC Suffolks 2230, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Second to 163, Ruby Mountain 2215, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Cynthia Huckins, Spring Creek, Nevada. Third place to 145, Brett and Lori Elke, Barrett, Minnesota. 4, 152, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. 5, 150, Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. 6 to 147, Brandon Close, Barrett, Minnesota. 7 to 151, Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. And 8th place to 146, Autumn Dotson, Veneta, Oklahoma.
Another really balanced, pretty ewe to start the class off. A ewe that's got a ton of femininity, really made nice out over her top all the way to her tail head. Another ewe that's got a tremendous amount of natural bone and natural muscle cut deep into her flank. A ewe that really balances up three-dimensionally, really nice. Really good on her feet and legs when she's coming to you. We get into the second place ewe lamb, another ewe that has got a lot of length of body, a lot of natural muscle, deep cut into her flank, opens up in her center portion of her body, a ewe that just is not as square made out through her hip or level out through her hip as what the first place, but a ewe that, again, a lot of femininity on that ewe. Then we get into the third place ewe, a ewe that's cut up a little higher in her flank. She doesn't have the natural muscle that the first or second place ewe do, standing ahead of her. A ewe that a little bit, she's not as clean up through her brisket, comes to me in more pieces and doesn't balance out near as well as what the first and second place. Then we get into the third place ewe, a long-sided ewe, a lot of femininity, a ewe that just does not have the natural muscle that what the three ewes that are standing above her. And we get into the fourth place ewe, a ewe that just does not have the framework today or the natural muscle to be able to move her up any higher, but a ewe that you really have to appreciate the femininity and length of side that this ewe brings. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the class of Dorper late fall ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 90. Lazy 5 Ranch 5408, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Second place to entry 93, Lazy 5 Ranch 5320, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 3rd to 92, Joshua Wilson. 4 to 94, Taylor Graves, Danville, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 96, Braden Alexander, Lincoln, Illinois.
Well, in our March class over here in the Slick division of your Suffolk show, I think a really high-quality trio on the top end. The youth that's going to win the thing does so when you set her in motion. She's the soundest, she's the freest moving, she's the most collected down her top line when you put her in motion. And then you get on top of this gal, and she's just got more power to her. She's bigger top, she's bigger hips, she's got more natural with the base from behind. And then she's still pretty sweet-fronted when you get in the front third of that one. So I think that one kind of wins real nice for me. I like the ewe that's going to come second. I think there's a lot of good in that female. She's one, again, I think as you set them in motion, she just gets around the ewe that's going to come third in terms of how she holds her spine together. Really kind of one of the stouter featured ones of the group, and I like her from that standpoint. Ultra cool patterned one. Maybe not quite as tall-fronted when you get right into her as you'd like to see, but I love her hip. I love her design. I think a lot of good in that one. The big-bodied one's coming third. I love how bold she is in terms of her cage. She's really tremendously well sprung up high. She's one that I like when you get her parked. It's when you set her in motion. She wants to come up on her top. She shortens in her step off both ends of her skeleton, and I'd like to change her just a little bit there. I like the ewe that's going to come fourth. Just a little bit green still as she comes today, long-bodied, extended one. Still real attractive fronted when you get into that one. I'd like to power her up just a little bit, and I think that'll come as she matures. The big skeleton one's obviously in fifth today. I appreciate her tremendous length and performance. She's just a little bit flatter when you get into her. I'd like to open her up in terms of her shape. I'd like to rebalance her when you get her on profile. Quality set of babies, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the Suffolk late February ewe lamb class, Slickshorn. First place to Jordan Leininger. Entry number 160 with slack 10206 ST. Second place to entry 162, Swingin' T Ranch 185, Autumn Dotson, Veneta, Oklahoma. Third to 143, Macaulay Suffolk, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 154, Michael O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana. And 5 to 161, Renegade Livestock Company, LLC, Monroe, Wisconsin.
this late February ULAM class. Number of things to consider in this lineup, and the two larger U's here are similar in probably somewhat the way they travel, but the design's a bit different. I like a bit square on the corners on this first place U. She runs uphill towards her shoulder. I think is nice and balanced with some rib shape to her. Really elegant up through that top. That U in second place comes up a little tight in the front, and she kind of tends to have a tendency to walk, maybe just head downhill a bit, wants to tuck them under on the move. But really both really good handling U's when you get in and put your hands on them. Very useful. A bit stouter type of U here in third. Really useful, big broody kind of sheep that. Big wide top in her. She comes up with some balance up front. Just comes in a shorter package, a little quicker than my top two U's, but certainly very useful. A more youthful lamb, I would say, in this group here in fourth place. Very sound, very clean. Just doesn't have as much maturity built into her to get into these top three. And a real useful U here again in fifth place. I'd like to change that U off her hip a bit to get up into the top end of the class. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted Suffolk late February ULAM class, first place goes to entry 171. Ruby Mountain 2231, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Cynthia Huckins, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to 165, Ream 2A34, Chuck Ream, Willits, California. Third to entry 166, Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. 4 to entry 169, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. 5 to entry 168, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And 6 to entry 167, Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana.
Well, 5 really nice ewes here in this class that are standing out here. A ewe that I'm starting out with, a ewe that balances up the best for me, a ewe that's got a tremendous amount of femininity. She's good over her top, all the way out to her tail head, a ewe that's got a lot of bone, a lot of natural muscle. She really opens up in that center portion of her body. a ewe that's cut deep in her flank, just a very, very balanced ewe to start the class off with. Then we get into the second place ewe, a ewe that's got a tremendous amount of femininity, long-sided ewe. She's by far the longest sided, but she just does not want to open up in that center portion of her body like that first place ewe to really balance her out, but a ewe that you have to appreciate the natural bone and muscle that's in her, the depth of flank that she brings to the table. She's by far the longest hipped ewe in the class. If we could have just kind of blown her apart in the center portion, she could have moved up very easily. Then we get into the third place ewe, a ewe that's very pretty to look at on the side profile, a ewe that just wants to shorten up in the center portion of her body, doesn't want to balance out in there as well as what the first and second place ewe, but a ewe that is cram-packed full of natural muscle, a lot of femininity in this ewe. Then we get into the fourth place ewe, a ewe that just did not balance up for me near what the three ewes that stood above her, but a ewe that you have to appreciate the amount of bone and muscle that she brings to the table, the femininity, the levelness out to the hip. I think she's probably a little shorter hip than what the three that stood above her, but a very, very pretty ewe, beautiful ewe to look at on the profile. Then we get into the fifth place ewe, a ewe that has a lot of length of body, a lot of femininity. She just did not have the framework or the natural muscle. She's cut up a little higher in her flank, and that's keeping her muscle from going down as far as it than the others into that hawk area. But again, a ewe that has a tremendous amount of femininity and breed type. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Another real nice set of these marching youngers out here. I think the ewe that wins the thing does so in real easy fashion for me. She's the one who combines tremendous length of body. I like this female when you set her in motion and how she holds herself together. She's better down through her lower shoulder and chest plate, and she's quite a bit leaner and fresher when you get your hands on her. I think one that's still got the right kind of color when you get into her and just kind of fits me really nice. I love the big, bold rib cage in the ewe that's going to come second. It's tremendously big ribbed one. She's considerably bolder through her forerib when you get into her compared to the ewe that's going to come third. You like that ewe in terms of her power from behind. She wants to tie up just a nickel right in her spine when you set her in motion, but man, that's a really good ewe to be standing in second. Ewe that's going to come third, I think one it's just, we can all see she's just a shade flatter when you get into this gal, but she's tremendously long-bodied. I love the rib shape in her. Really a sweet-fronted one in terms of how that neck comes out of the top of her scapula. I just like to power her up just a little bit from behind, but again, I'm being pretty critical of a really, really nice ewe. Little ewe that's going to come forth, maybe the most immature one out here, and I appreciate her from that perspective. She's really good from a muscle shape standpoint. I think here's one of these ewes that's going to look better next year as a yearling. She needs to be dropped down in that rear flank just a touch for me. I think when you get her out here, she wants to bind up and drop in her pin set just a touch when you set her in motion, but that's a real high quality one. I like the ewe that's going to come fifth just as well. Probably perhaps a touch more body, but she's a little more conventional in her kind. I'd like to change her in terms of the total length of hind saddle as well as percent. I'd like to neaten her right through her lower shoulder. Super class, guys. Congratulations.
Placing on the Dorper Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 103, BW3 Dorpers 204, Billy Wade the fourth, Jamestown, Indiana. Second place to entry 116, Lobdell Dorpers F2218, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 3 to 106, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 4 to 104, Rudy Benecke, Shelbyville, Kentucky. 5 to 105, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 6th place to 107, Sidney Phipps, Wilmington, Delaware. 7 to 98, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 8 to 111, Braden Alexander, Lincoln, Illinois. 9 to 109, John Neely, Auburntown, Tennessee. And 10 to entry 110, Chad Wilson, Fancy Farm, Kentucky. Placing on the Slick Shorn Suffolk early class of, or the March class of ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 176, Slack 10-293, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to 181, Slack 10-288, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Third to 180, Zach and Ty Scholerman, Everly, Iowa. 4 to 177, William and Elizabeth McCauley, Suffolk, at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to 178, Autumn Dotson, Veneta, Oklahoma. 6 to 175, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. 7 to 179, McCauley, Suffolk, William and Elizabeth McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. And 8 to 174, Michael O'Neill, Shirley, Indiana.
certainly a fun opportunity to rank this class. There's a lot of good ones again, all the way down to these March Lambs, and we start with a ewe that's I think really combines a lot of nice traits from the view and supported by your hands. It's a big, heavy bone ewe for her size. She's still youthful in her makeup, but she balances up with the eye appeal. She's really good through that front third. She's got some capacity to her, some rib shape, and she carries out extremely well from the pins back. The ewe that probably, I think, best fits that same composited traits as the ewe here in second. She comes up a little shorter in makeup, but she's really true down her top. She's really good up through that front end, stands on good bone, out in the corners, and you see a lot of broodiness and grow coming in that ewe down into the future. A really nice lamb here in third that I think fits in well behind my second place ewe. She doesn't carry herself quite as nicely on the walk, but we appreciate this young ewe and the growth and future she has ahead of her. A really nice, attractive ewe here in four. She comes up a little, loses a little bit of that natural thickness going from the last half of that ewe going back. Wants to come a little tighter at the corners in the rear, but I really appreciate especially the upper front third of that ewe. And the ewe we have in fifth, just a little further along in contrast to the couple ahead of her. She's really good, really straight. She just comes up with a little less rib capacity, and I say in the future in her, I don't see as quite as strong as we do up higher in the class, but a really ripping good set all the way down. Thank you.
Placing on the fitted March and later born ewe lambs for the Suffolk Show. First place goes to entry 191, Ruby Mountain 2243, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Cynthia Huckins, Spring Creek, Nevada. Second place to 185, KC Suffolk 2225, Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. Third place to 188, Brett and Lori Elke, Barrett, Minnesota. 4 to entry 186, Cassandra Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. 5 to 182, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. 6 to 184, Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 7 to Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan, entry 193. 8th place to 189, 5-star J, Princeton, Indiana.
Well, a really nice set of Dorper ewes in this class. The ewe that I'm starting out with, a really balanced, symmetrical ewe, a ewe that's got nice bone, nice natural muscle, cut deep into her flank, a ewe that really opens up in her center section, really nice rib shape about her, really square made out through her hip, a lot of femininity, a nice ewe to win the class. That's not taking anything away from this second place. Second place, a really cool made ewe lamb, a ewe lamb that's going to be really fun to watch grow, that's super balanced, a ewe that's square made out through her hip, deep cut into her flank. She just needs she's barely into this class and just needs some time to mature and keep going. She's going to be a fun one to watch down the road. Then we get into our third place ewe, another ewe that's really a long-sided ewe, a ewe that has nice rib shape to her. She just does not have that balance and appeal that the first and second place ewe bring to the table, but a ewe that you really have to appreciate the natural muscle, the squareness of hip, and that's really where sets her apart from the third or the fourth place, a ewe that comes in here, a lot of power to her. I think she comes in here probably on a not as strong a framework underneath her as the three ewes that are above her. A ewe that's a little bit more compact in that center portion of her body, but a ewe that you really have to appreciate the femininity, the natural muscle that she brings, and then that how deep she's made in that center portion of her body. Then we get into the fifth place ewe, a very long-sided ewe, a ewe that didn't, in my opinion, doesn't have the rib shape or design that the ewes above her. a ewe that you really have to appreciate that length of body and the femininity and the natural bone dimension that she brings. Another ewe that's very good on her feet and legs. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placings on the Dorper Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to entry number 130, Lobdell Dorpers F2231, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Second place to entry 131, Lazy 5 Ranch 5500, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to 121, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Fourth place to entry number 118, Rudy Binky, Shelbyville, Kentucky. 5 to entry 132, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. 6th place to 124, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 7 to 123, Ben Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 8th place to 125, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 9 to 122, Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. And 10 to 119, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Placing on the Slickshorn pair of ewe lamb class for the Suffolk Show. First place went to Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to Macaulay Suffolks, William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to William Zwires, Thorntown, Indiana. And fourth to Nancy Burton, Argyle, Wisconsin. Placing on the fitted Suffolk pair of ewe lambs. First place goes to Randy Dombach, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Second place to Cynthia Huckins, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada. Third, Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. 4 to Brett and Lori Elke, Barrett, Minnesota. 5 to Joey Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 6, Felicity and Austin Groves, Pinckney, Michigan. Placing on the Dorper pair of ewe lamb class, first place goes to Lobdell Dorpers, Freeport, Illinois. Second, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third to Narrowgate Farm. Four to Sidney Phipps, Wilmington, Delaware. And 5 to Peter DeStefano.
Well, it's been fun to sort through these Dorper U classes. Very nice quality, high quality ewes that came in the show ring today. Ewes that there were some that were dismissed and sent back to the pens that were good sheep. The quality here at the North American has really risen to where there's a ton of good sheep here, and that's fun to be able to sort through a bunch of good sheep and get the ones that you really make you happy as a judge and hopefully represent the breed that we're going down the road to try to achieve. And I think we do that with the set of ewes that are out here, ewes that have femininity, ewes that open up in the center portion of their body. They have a really pretty wedge shape to them. They got some bone and some natural muscle to them. They're all made square. Ewes that any of these ewes you could take back home and do a lot of good with at your own place. And hopefully these breeders that brought these here will continue, and the quality will just keep jumping for next year. Let's give all these exhibitors that brought these sheep a round of applause, and I'll go ahead and pick your champion in reserve.
Well, it's certainly been my pleasure to sort through this junior division in our slick show, and I think a quality set of females out here from the January down to the March. I you sure appreciate each one of them for the pieces they have. They've got some growth to them, they've got some performance to them, and I think ultimately these four, particularly these four class winners, are the ones that came out of their particular classes against their contemporaries with the most flexibility and the most soundness. And you've got to make a judgment call where you're going to go. To me, I think when you get them out here and you set them in motion, there's one ewe that just rises to the top. She's the one that holds herself together the best. She's the most extended in her stride when she gets out here. She excels in terms of foot size and natural skeletal mass when you get into her. And then she's really collected and keeps herself put together extremely well. For reserve, then it gets a touch closer for me. I think there's another ewe out here that I'd like to change her just in terms of ruggedness and substance just a little bit. But I love the ewe in terms of her body shape. I love her in terms of how bold she is in terms of her cage, and still has a huge hip and a huge rack slate in her. Beautiful fronted female. Certainly been my pleasure to sort through the junior division. Let's give these folks a nice round of applause. I'll get your champions.
For our Dorper show, our champion ewe came from the late fall ewe lamb class, entry number 90, Lazy 5 Ranch 5408, Hensley and Hudson Horts, Zephyr, Texas. The reserve champion was entry 76 from the early fall ewe lamb class, Lazy 5 Ranch 5327, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Now ready for the flock class. For our Suffolk show, the Slickshorn Junior champion came out of the Slickshorn January ewe lamb class, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training 2203. Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Ethan Smith, Stewardson, Illinois, entry 111. The reserve junior champion in the Slickshare division is entry 160 from the late February ewe lamb class, Slack 10206 ST, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. For the Dorper show, our premier exhibitor is Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Placing on the Dorper Flock Class first to Joshua Wilson, Mount Olla, North Carolina. Second place to Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee.
I think we can all agree there's a powerful set of Suffolk females out here in this junior division, and let's give them a nice round of applause. Many different ways you could go from the oldest to the youngest in this class, respectively. The depth within certainly shines as well. If I get in and look at projection of yearling ewes, projection for utility, and I think they're all sound. I think they have all dimensions they can give, rib shape. They've got maturity. They've got some youthfulness, and as you go across from oldest to youngest, and I think you get in and and pick where do you think the the greatest advantage is. Sheep that have some top in them, sheep that have some breed character that I think excels, some bone work, and the combination of all those traits is where I'm looking for my preference. And I'm going to go name the champion and reserve junior champion ewes for the 2022 National Suffolk Show.
Fitted junior champion ewe for the Suffolk Show is entry 148 out of the fitted early February class. KC Suffolk's 2230, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. The reserve junior champion is from our March and later born ewe lamb class. Entry 191, Ruby Mountain 2243, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Cynthia Huckins, Spring Creek, Nevada. Now ready to show for grand and reserve grand champion Slick Shorn ewe. We're also ready to bring into the ring White Dorper yearling rams. White Dorper yearling rams into the ring, please.
Well, we drop out these division winners in our slick show, and what a phenomenal show we've had in the slick division. Just quality sheep way, way down in every class in the divisions, and certainly been my pleasure to sort through them and giving an opinion of what I liked and what I didn't like. And please don't let anything I've said or made comments about affect your breeding program. I was telling Jeff earlier, you know, it's if you can sell it, raise it. And I think that's what you guys do so well in this breed there's tremendous variation in this breed, and so you've got the opportunity to niche market these things, and you guys that are showing them slick, I think, have tremendous sheep out here tonight. I think when you get into them and you study these two division winners, they're similar in kind in that they're both extremely attractive females. They're sheep that you appreciate in terms of the muscularity. I think the difference in them when you get into them is just total balance in terms of where their flank lays in them in relation to their chest floor. Your champion ewes, I think, one that's pretty special from that standpoint. Your reserve ewe today is one that I think is really an intriguing one in terms of the pieces that she has and how good structured she is. Maybe not quite as nice from her chest floor back into her rear flank, but I think a super set of females. If you would, let's give these folks a nice round of applause in your slick division. I'll get your champion and reserve ewes.
For the Slick Shorn Suffolk show, our senior champion is our overall grand champion ewe, entry 101, Macaulay 5591. Macaulay Suffolk's William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. That ewe out of the senior ewe lamb class. The junior champion is our reserve grand champion. From the January ewe lamb class, entry 111, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, 2203, Phantom Hills Fitting and Training, Ethan Smith, Stewardson, Illinois.
Well, as we kick off this White Dorper buck show, two really exceptionally nice bucks to start the class off with. The buck I'm starting off with, a buck that tracks out true, lots of base width when he comes to you and away from you. A buck that when you start analyzing him three-dimensionally, he's a bigger framed buck than what the second one is, but he's also longer in his hip. And he opens up in that center portion, balances up very nice, a lot of natural muscle to him, carries his head up, lots of breed characteristics in this ram. That's not taking anything away from the second place ram. Another ram that's super balanced, a ram that's got a beautiful head to him, lots of natural muscle, natural bone, deep flanked. I don't think he's as long as hipped as the first place ram, but two exceptionally very stud style rams to start the class off with. When we get into the third place ram, a ram that is super powerful, probably the most powerful buck on that center 1/3 of his body in the class, but a ram that I'd like to set his blades in a little different. When he wants to set up, he wants to kind of kick those front blades out a little bit. And then when we get into the fourth place ram, a ram that just does not have the bone or muscle, natural muscle that the three that stand above him do, but a ram that you really have to appreciate the length of body, the way this ram profiles, and the depth of flank on them. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the White Dorper Yearling Ram class, first place goes to entry 140. East Star Livestock 2123. East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. Second place to 137, BC Sheep Company 69, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Third to 136, Abigail Salee, Bonneville, Kentucky. And fourth to Robbie Neal.
We're in the final drive here of the Suffolk Show, the Champion U drive, the one that we all culminate with for this show. Is what's the template? What have we had to work with? We got 4 individuals out here that really exemplify, in my view, the quality available in the Suffolk breed, the ones that can help take them forward. It's not up to me to make them go forward. It's up to the breeders, and they've shown their progress today, and they'll carry that into the future. But for my preference, the ones I like, I will select the Champion Reserve today for certainly for the pictures, but more importantly, the recognition that the great work that they've done and the outstanding opportunity that the breed has going forward. And let's all show that appreciation. Give them a nice round of applause as I deliver the banners.
Grand Champion U for the fitted division of our Suffolk Show goes to our senior champion out of the late fitted yearling U class, entry 89, Wolf's 2126, Trixie, Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. The reserve grand champion was our reserve senior champion out of the early fitted yearling U class, Ream 1F7, Octavia, Chuck Ream, Willits, California. Your next class is Best Headed Suffolk U. Best Headed Suffolk U is your next class. In our Suffolk show today, the following awards were presented as well as being sponsored. The George Buckham Award presented to the exhibitor of the Slickshorn Champion Ram. The Champion Slickshorn U was presented an award by the Kim Suffolks of Dysart, Iowa. Best pair of Suffolk Ram Lambs, that award is sponsored by Tom Burke Suffolks of Platte City, Missouri. The Sherwood Jackson Award presented to the exhibitor of the Best Headed Suffolk Ram. The Roy B. Warwick Memorial Award presented to the exhibitor of the Champion Suffolk Ram. The WG and I 80 Flocks Memorial Award given in memory of Harold and Maxine Gergen, presented to the best pair of Suffolk ewe lambs. The Clyde George Award, presented to the exhibitor of the best pair of Suffolk yearling ewes by Steve and Bob George. The Bill Hurst Award, presented to the exhibitor of the best headed Suffolk ewe. The Champion Suffolk Ewe Award is presented by W.E. Gergen and Friends. The Annette Benson Award, presented to the exhibitor of the best Suffolk flock. And the Best Headed Ewe Award for the Suffolk Show, presented by Alan C. Batt.
Well, it's always a lot of fun when you set into evaluating the best head award, and it's such an integral part in terms of breed character. And as was said earlier, it's not just color, it's not just ear, it's the whole package out here, and still it's got to be ladylike in its kind. I think if you follow a study breed standard, you know, and you talk about shape of the ear and those kind of things. It's pretty an impressive set of females out here that we've got to select that champion from. We both agree in terms of, we think that it's kind of a two-horse race out here in terms of quality, but we think in terms of total color, in terms of total ear set, in terms of softness of eye, in terms of the whole package, your best headed award goes to the junior champion ewe. Congratulations.
Best headed Suffolk ewe goes to entry 148 out of the fitted early February ewe lamb class. KC Suffolk's 2230, Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Now ready for this Slick-shorn flock class. Slick-shorn flock. Fitted flock will follow that.
Really nice set of white rams. Even the ones that are standing over here, lots of depth in this class. But I really, really like this ram that I started the class off with. He has got a trigger finger. He's sitting on go. This guy has a tremendous amount of natural muscle, natural bone. He's going uphill. Really opens up nice into his rib. Carries that dimension all the way out through his tail set. Could he be a little deeper flanked? Yeah. But he balances up really nice. And just like I said, he's got really a lot of natural muscle to him. Then we get into the ram that's in the second hole, another ram that's really pretty when you get on the side and look at them, really balanced up, a ram that's got a lot of depth of body, a lot of deep flank to him, really carries that muscle in his rear leg down into his hock. Square made when he's coming to you and away from you, but he does not have the bone or the natural muscle that the first place ram does. Then we get into the third place ram, a ram that just doesn't, he's balanced when you look at him, but he just doesn't have that natural width all the way through him or to be able to move him up any higher, but a ram that's walks out good on his feet and legs when he's coming to you away from you. He's good and square made out through his hip. Then we get into the fourth place ram, another long-sided ram, a ram I don't think he really opened up near as much in the middle section as what the rams above him, but a ram you have to appreciate how square he's made when he's coming to you and away from you. Really pretty headed ram, and again, he carries that squareness out through his hip. Then we get into the fifth place, another ram that's square made on his feet, carries that dimension across his ribs all the way back into his tail set. Another ram that's really got a pretty head about him, a lot of breed character about that head. Another ram that's got a lot of natural bone to him, but he just didn't have the framework that the rams that stood above him. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the Slickshorn Suffolk flock class, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Slick Shear Division is Macaulay Suffolk's William and Elizabeth Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second in the flock, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Now ready for the class of fitted flock. Placing on the fall Ram Lamb class for the White Dorpers, first place goes to entry number 150, S-Bar T Livestock, 1621 SP, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. Second place to entry 147, S-Bar T Livestock, 1571P, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. Third to 145, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee, 4 to 148. Kaysen Gleesman, Goldthwaite, Texas. 5 to entry 151, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. 6 to 143, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 7 to 144, Paisley Lord, Blanket, Texas. 8th place to 149, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. 9 to 141, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. And 10 to 142, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. For the fitted flock class, first place goes to Randy Dombeck, Ivanhoe, Minnesota. Reserve or second place and winner of our premier exhibitor is Ron Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. That does conclude the Suffolk show. Give us about 10 minutes, Cordale exhibitors, and we'll start the National Cordale show in ring 1.
It's a pleasure to be out here and sort the Cordales out here, and we're starting off with a single entry out here in this class. Probably one of the larger frame rams I've seen come out of this breed. One that's really straight down his top. He balances well enough from the side. Really nice kind of a ram. You get into his fleece and it's uniform enough. Maybe it doesn't show you quite the character that I'm looking for, but I think one, when you put everything together, a really nice kind of ram could have stood more competition.
Placing on the yearling ram class for your national Cordale show goes to Seals 133, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. We do want to introduce our judge for the National Cordale Show, Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex and his family own and operate Wolf Brothers Livestock. Along with his wife Melissa and 3 children, they raise registered natural colored sheep as well as club lambs. Alex also currently serves on the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program Board.
This ram class, a very stout class on all 5 of these rams. The ram that I'm starting out with, the most balanced in my eyes today, a ram that's got a tremendous amount of bone, natural muscle to him. A lot of dimension over his rack all the way to his tail set, really deep flanked, and like I said, he just really balances up nice. That's not taking anything away from the second place, another stud quality ram, a ram that's really up fronted, a ram that's got a tremendous amount of length of body. I don't think he's carrying the amount of natural muscle that the first place, but a ram in its own that has a tremendous amount of bone, really deep flanked. He's not as deep flanked as the first split, but a deep flank compared to the other ones that are in this class. Another ram that's got a long set in that rump area. Then we get into the third place ram. A ram, I don't think he had the natural base dimension that the first and second place, but a ram that you really have to appreciate on the profile, appreciate the length of body, length of rump. I don't think that he had the amount of natural muscle that the first or second place, and then he tends to flatten off a little bit in that lower 1/3 of his leg, but a ram that really opens up in the center portion of his body, another really nice ram. Then we get into the fourth place ram, a ram that just did not have the framework underneath him, but a ram that you really have to appreciate the way he opens up, the length of body and the length of hip. Then we get into the 5th place, a big growthy type ram, a lot of bone under this ram. I don't think he had near the natural muscle that the 4 rams that stood above him, but a ram, again, you have to appreciate for that growth and length of body. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Over here on the Cordale side, and your senior rams out here, I think we have a logical placing. We've got a buck to start with extremely level down his top, long through that hind saddle, one that balances up well enough from the side. He's got some foot and bone work under him. He's good enough about his fleece today to go ahead and start in this particular class. If we were to change him, I'd like to change him on them hocks as we set him into motion. Same can be said for this ram here in second. When we set this one into motion, I need to change him on that rear right hock to be able to go ahead and start today. He wants to just get a little tighter in that. I'd like to see a little more flex. But with that being said, you get into this buck, beautiful profiling buck, really level down his top, beautiful, beautiful fleece on this sheep, and I think he has the advantage in terms of fleece and in terms of head quality for the ram here in third. Ram in third, really sound, functional type of a sheep. You appreciate him for that. He's a big top type of a sheep, one that loses out a little bit in terms of length of hind saddle compared to the bucks that stand directly ahead of him, one that maybe doesn't have quite the added bone work we're seeing at the top end of this class, but I think three really nice rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the senior Ram Lamb class for the Cordales, first place goes to entry number 5, BWH 4044, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to entry number 4, LRF 2204, Emma Peters, St. Versailles, Ohio. And third to entry 3, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on the class of White Dorper Winter Ram Lambs, first place goes to 162, Wildcat JCG 2244, Wesley Glass, Sterling City, Texas. Second place to 153, Esbar T Livestock 1629 SP, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. Third place to 156, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. 4 to 159, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. 5 to entry 157, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. 6 to 155, Hensley and Hudson Horhitz, Zephyr, Texas. 7th place to entry 158, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. 8th place to 152, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 9 to entry number 160, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana.
Over here on the Cordell side for your senior champion ram, 3 rams out here, and I think all of them have something to offer. I think we've got a big yearling buck. I love the top shape and the rib in this sheep. I think one that is really good in that aspect, a really large frame type of sheep. Maybe I'd like to change him when we set him into motion. I'd like to stouten him up in terms of his bone work. We've got a senior buck that's extremely long, really good looking from the side, has some bone work. And again, as we talked, maybe he's not the freest moving, but I think it gets pretty simple when we set these two into motion today. The senior buck's going to be your champion. We're going to follow with the yearling ram for reserve. Congratulations.
For our Cordell show, our senior champion goes to the first place senior Ram Lamb, entry number 5, BWH 4044, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The reserve senior champion to the first place yearling Ram, entry number 1, Seals 133, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Now ready for intermediate Ram Lambs.
Two nice rams out here at the top end of this class in your Cordell intermediate bucks. The buck we're starting with, one that's really good down his top. He balances up tremendously well from the side. One that has that added bone work. You get into his fleece, and certainly a nice enough fleece on this buck as well. I like him about his points. The main benefit he has is in terms of his pasture and strength and his bone work. He's the buck that we're going to opt to start with. Coming to the young lady's ram here in second. Love this one on the move. I think he moves the best out of this class. One that's really good down his top as well. Really like the fleece of this sheep when we compare him to the contemporary that we're going to go ahead and have to start with. One that's maybe not quite as elevated in terms of his chest. One that, again, we like to change in terms of his front feet when we set him into motion. Wants to get just maybe a notch soft on me. Coming to a ram here in third. Again, a really complete type of sheep. One that's given up top shape compared to both bucks standing directly ahead of him out here today. We just need to give him another shot of power. We're rounding out the class with the ram that's just the unsoundest out here. We set him into motion. He starts getting he starts falling apart on the move. We need to change him to be able to move him any higher today. Great class of rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cordell Intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 9, Craig 2212, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to entry number 6, Peters 2203, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Third place to entry 7, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 4 to entry 8, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
Well, in this Dorper class, the ram, it was very close between this first and second, but when I really started looking at these and comparing these two rams, the ram that I was starting the class off with really bowed over his rib shape, over the top of his rack, carries that down all the way to his tail set. I don't think he's near as long a rump as second place. And he has a little bit, he's a little fuller in that 1/3 of his rear leg. But two really, really nice profiling lambs to start this class off with. Two rams that are going to continually grow and just get better as they mature. Then we get into the third place ram, a ram that was kind of my problem ram of the class. Big-footed, lots of bone, lots of natural muscle. But he's too jammed up for me. I'd like to see him lengthen out a little bit, lengthen that rump out. But a ram that's going to be another one that's going to be fun to watch, and he's going to be able to punch a lot of power into some ewes as he matures out. A really masculine-headed ram too. Then we get into the fourth place ram, a ram that's really long-sided. I don't think he comes with the base width that the rams that stood above him, or the natural dimension across his top and into that lower 1/3 of his leg, but a ram that really has beautiful rib shape about him. He's by no means flat-sided, a ram that really has a lot of expression there. Then we get into the fifth place ram, another really, really powerful ram, a little shorter cannon bone, and it is what it is, but he's going to be another super powerful ram that's going to be able to punch a lot of muscle into some ewes. I would like to have if I could make that cannon bone a little longer, bring him up off the ground a little bit, but when you start analyzing him in his depth of body and his length of body, he's very proportional. A very nice set of rams. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the White Dorper Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 166, Lazy 5 Ranch, 5974, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Second to 168, Espartee Livestock, 1762 SP, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. Third place to entry 167, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. 4 to 165, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. 5 to 169, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. And 6 to entry 163, Wesley Glass, Sterling, City, Texas.
Really nice set of white Rams out here in the drive. Uh, some Rams that are super good on their feet and legs. Some Rams that have dimension. They carry that dimension all the way through their tail set. A lot of bone, a lot of natural muscle. I'll go out here and I'll congratulate your champion and reserve champion.
White Dorper champion Ram goes to first place in the Winter Ram Lamb class, entry 162. Wildcat SCG 2244, Wesley Glass, Sterling City, Texas. The reserve champion Ram goes to our class winner from the Fall Ram Lamb class, entry 150, S-Bar T Livestock 1621 SP, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas.
A nice class of Cordell Ram Lambs out here. And the buck we're going to start with, certainly not the largest or the longest in terms of his profile, but one, when you analyze him in terms of his breed character and then at the ground, one that kind of has to run to the top for me. Beautiful head upon this sheep. Really like the muzzle shape. I like the chalky color. One that, again, when we analyze him at the ground, he's the best at the ground in terms of his foot and bone work. I really appreciate him for that. You get over top of him, really wide built sheep. You like the top shape in him. He's the roundest in terms of his rib as well. He is giving up a little bit of length to some of the Rams below him. I'd like to stretch him out if we're going to be critical. We come to a long-sided, the longest hind saddle sheep in the class here in second. One that I really appreciate for that. Wanted to fight through most of the show, but one that's really level down his spine as well. I think he's good enough on his feet and legs. Doesn't have quite the added bone work we're seeing in the Ram we're going to start with. Maybe isn't quite as bold through the center portion of his skeleton compared to that Ram as well. But a beautiful fleece on this sheep. No doubt the highest profiling sheep out here in 3. You love the silhouette off to the side of this sheep. When you get over top of him, he's the flattest in terms of his makeup down the side and his rib. He's the narrowest up high. Excuse me. He's the narrowest up high when we analyze him there. I'd like to clean the color off him. But boy, if you want to stretch him out and extend him up, he certainly paints a pretty picture out here. He's definitely a tall shouldered. The best head in the class, as we talked about in the class winner, comes in here in 4. Love the head on this sheep. He is dark about his points. He's got a beautiful wool cap, really good about his muzzle, a really nice kind of ram. With that being said, we just need to change him in terms of his spine and just level him out to be able to go ahead and run him higher. But boy, I really appreciate that sheep for his breed type and his fleece. Rounding out the class, we have a big extreme type of a sheep, no doubt. One that's going to keep growing on, and some people might tie into him. Today, for me, he's the coarsest in terms of his makeup. I need to change him there at his shoulders. I need to change him there the way he moves out of his hip to be able to get him off the bottom. But, boy, one that certainly catches your eye from the side. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of junior Ram Lambs for the National Cordell Show, first place goes to entry 10. Claycomb, 2201, Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 11, Freeze 2221, Freeze Corridales, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to entry 14, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to entry 13, Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 12, Freeze Corridales, New Salem, North Dakota.
Congratulations, exhibitors. Certainly an outstanding set of junior Rams out here, and we find ourselves four in this lineup that I'm pleased with. I don't think any of them are perfect, but boy, they're pretty nice Rams, and they have a lot to offer. As you analyze both the class winners out here and then the second place, take them into account, I think it gets pretty easy for me out here. All four of these really good and have a lot to add to the breed. But again, the two most complete sheep are the ones that I find myself drawn to. The two out of the first class are going to go ahead and be your champion reserve junior champion Rams. Congratulations.
Junior champion Ram for the National Cordale Show is entry number 9 out of the intermediate Ram Lamb class, Craig 2212, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The reserve junior champion was second in that intermediate Ram Lamb class, entry 6, Peters 2203, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. I noticed. Placing on the pair Ram Lambs for the Cordell Show, first place went to Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Third to Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania. And four to Freeze Cordales, New Salem, North Dakota.
Well, again, congratulations to the exhibitors out here. A really nice set of Rams out here to evaluate between, and you bring the senior champions back out, and you certainly have things to appreciate about each of those bucks. They certainly have some stuff to offer. Today for me, though, I think, again, when I'm sorting through these, I'm looking for the most complete, most fault-free sheep. The two junior buck lambs fit that bill for me. They're going to go ahead and be your overall champion reserves today. Congratulations.
Grand Champion Ram goes to our Junior Champion Ram out of the Intermediate Ram Lamb class. Entry number 9, Craig 2212, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The Reserve Grand Champion Ram goes to our Reserve Junior Champion Ram, second in the Intermediate Ram Lamb class. Entry number 6, Peters 2203, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Now ready to go into yearling ewes.
I tell you what, all 5 of these ewes are phenomenal. They're truly stud ewes, very nice females. There's little things that I see when I look at them. The ewe that I started out with has the least amount of holes. A ewe that's really super feminine, super up fronted. A ewe that's got a lot of bone and natural muscle. Deep flank. She's not as deep flanked as the second place, but she's got enough flank to her. And I guess that, when you start picking things, she's got a more length of body than the second place. She is cut up a little higher in her flank. Her muscle doesn't go down to her hock near as much as what the second, but a beautiful ewe, a ewe that really has a lot of dimension over her rack, all the way to her tail. A ewe that's got a beautiful wedge shape to her. Then we get into the second place, another really, really high quality, beautiful female, a ewe that's got a lot of femininity, beautiful wedge shape, cut deep into her flank, but she wants to shorten up, doesn't have the length of body that the first place ewe has, or the length of rump, but when you start looking at that depth of flank, and that muscle really carries down deep into the hawk, a ewe that you really have to appreciate. And then we get into the third place ewe, another very pretty ewe, lots of femininity, very fun to look at when you get her on the profile. A ewe that really opens up nice in her rib design too. She's not cut as near as deep in her flank as what the first and second ewes are, and that shows up in that rear one third of her leg. But a ewe that you really have to appreciate the dimension that she carries all the way out through her hip, all the way to her tail set. Then we get into the fourth place, another very elegant ewe that has a lot of femininity on her, really blows apart there in her center portion of her body. I really love and appreciate that wedge design that she has. Comes into a deep flank. She's just not carrying the amount of bone or muscle that the ewe's above her. But when you get her on the profile and you get her on the move, a beautiful ewe. And then we get into the fifth place ewe, another one that follows the pattern, but a ewe that just did not have the length of hip or the overall body capacity of what the ewes that stood above her, but another ewe that's got a ton of femininity in her, really blows apart in the center portion of her body too, and you really have to appreciate that natural muscle that she does carry. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the senior yearling U class for the White Dorpers, first to entry 179, Espartee Livestock 1394S, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. Second place to 181, Hertz Livestock 1704, Hensley and Hudson Hertz, Zephyr, Texas. Third to entry 175, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 4 to 170, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. 5 to 172, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. 6 to 176, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. 7 to 173, Mace Lambert, Laclede, Missouri. 8 to 174, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 9 to 178, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. And 10 to 177, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas.
Really a nice class of yearling ewes out here to sort through, and we find ourselves down to two when we go down through and handle them. Extremely long hind saddle. Both these ewes on the top end are for me. And then you get into the fleece, and boy, they have beautiful fleeces on them as well. The ewe we're opting to start with, when you get in front of her, stand behind her, you love the amount of mass she brings you. One that's really good about her breed type, one that's really good in terms of her feet and legs. The added bonus she has on the ewe in second is when you analyze her from the side in terms of her underline, she's the better balancing sheep of this set. We come to a ewe here in second. Love the elegance through the front third of the sheep. Love the length of body and the length of hind saddle especially. One that's really true down her top. What you see is what you get. There's not a lot of wool up there. Really beautiful fleece on the side. One that's got some bone work. And again, I think it's a really close player out here. But today for me, I'm going to go ahead and use the balance of the ewe that's going to start the class. We come to the ewe in third. Again, another big volume, big rib type of a sheep, one with a big top in it all the way back through. One, when we set this one into motion, gets a little more restricted than the two standing directly ahead of it in terms of its rear legs for me out here today. But again, beautiful fleece on this ewe, really highly presented type of one. Come to the young lady here in four. Really an eye-appealing type of a ewe. One that's straight down her top, really long from that 13th rib on back as well. I think one that's good enough at the ground, just giving up too much in terms of mass and power and volume, especially through the center part of its skeleton for the ewes ahead of it. In rounding out the class, we've got a big, rugged type of a ewe, one you appreciate in terms of strength of top. She is a wide-topped ewe, really big about her rib as well. I appreciate her for that. I need to change her coming out of her hip. I need to change her when we set her into motion to be able to go any higher in this particular class. A uniform enough fleece on that ewe, one that maybe doesn't have quite the character we're seeing in some of these directly ahead. Really nice class of ewes all the way down.
Placing on the yearling ewe class for the National Corriedale Show, first place goes to entry 22, Craig 2114, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second to entry 21, Freeze 21045, Freeze Corriedales, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to 18, Freeze Corriedales, New Salem, North Dakota. 4 to entry 16, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. 5 to entry 20, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 6 to entry 19, Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania. 7 to entry 17, Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes class for the Corriedales, first place goes to Freeze Corriedales, New Salem, North Dakota. Second to Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third to Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania.
Well, another set of 5 fantastic females out here in the lineup. The ewe that I'm starting the class off is just a really, really nice ewe. A ewe that you have to appreciate the amount of femininity she has in her. Tremendously opens up in the center portion of her body. She's more than 2/3 depth of her body to the height of her. And when you start analyzing her bone and her natural muscle, that her depth of length is tremendous. And then you can see that when you start looking at how level she has out through the hip, and then that muscle just continues down into her hock because of that depth of flank that she has, and just a beautiful ewe to get on the profile and look at. That's nothing to take away from the second place. Another ewe that when she's walking around this ring, she just rips full of muscle. A ewe that's very elegant when you get her on the profile, lots of femininity about her, carries a lot of dimension over her rack all the way to her tail set. She gave up length of hip to the first place, but a ewe that, again, lots of depth of flank, really opens up in her center section in her rib design, and carries a lot of muscle too down on that lower leg. Then we get into the third place, another really pretty ewe to look at on the profile, a ewe that has a lot of dimension across her top. I don't think she's put together, for me, is quite as neat of a package as the first and second place, but a ewe that you have to appreciate that wedge shape to her and the way she opens up and the amount of the depth of flank and the amount of muscle that she has. She gives up some hip overall hip length, and then some dimension and levelness to the first and second place. Then we get into the fourth place. This is a ewe that is packed full of power from her nose to her tail, and that's she comes to me kind of in pieces. Excuse me. But you have to appreciate the amount of power that this girl has. She rounds off more in her hip than what the three girls above her do. She doesn't carry the amount of dimension in a nice package like the other ones do, but a ewe that's really bold in her center part of her body. A ewe, again, that's got a lot of power. I think it's going to be kind of fun to see how they breed her and what the lambs look like when they come out of her. Then we get into the fifth place ewe, another ewe that when you get her on the profile, are very elegant, a lot of femininity to her. She wants to roll off in her hip more so than what the ones that are above her do, but a girl that you have to really appreciate the way she opens up in the center portion of her body, her rib design. She doesn't have the framework either that sitting below her that the ewes that are above her do, but again, when you get her on the profile, a really neat ewe to look at, lots of femininity. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
A single entry over here on your Cordell Senior ewe. A really high volume type of ewe. You like the top shape, you like the ribbiness, female. Nice kind of ewe. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cordell Senior U Lamb class, first place goes to Craig, 2148, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Placing on the Dorper Junior, with the White Dorper Junior Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 191. Axtell Quality Dorpers 21457. Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Second place to entry 189. S-Bar T Livestock 1509P. Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Third to 183, East Star Livestock 2128, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. Fourth place to 193, Paisley Lord, Blanket, Texas. Fifth place to entry 187, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. Sixth place to 192, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Seventh place to entry 190, Paisley Lord, Blanket, Texas. Eighth place to 184, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas.
over here on the Cordales and your senior champion drive. We don't need to take a lot of time, and a really good female show, especially when we talked about them yearling ewes. I was really pleased with the quality there. It's pretty handy out here. Those two are going to go ahead and be your champion reserve senior ewes. Congratulations.
Senior champion for the National Cordale Show is entry 22, first in the yearling class, Craig, 2114, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Reserve senior champion ewe goes to entry number 21. Second in the yearling ewe class, Freeze, 21045, Freeze Cordales, New Salem, North Dakota. Now ready for intermediate ewe lambs. Placing on the pair of Dorper yearling ewe class, first place to Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. Third to Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. And four to Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana.
We have a nice top pair over here on the Cordell side, nice top pair of ewe lambs. And I think once you evaluate them, they sort themselves rather logically, out here. We have a big top type of a sheep, one that balances tremendously well. She's got some style about her. Beautiful, beautiful fleece. She wins that hands down, and that's really what drives her. You combine the balance, the prettiness, and she's plenty big enough, really robust in the rib. I think that's a really nice ewe. We come to the ewe here in second, follows her most in type and kind. Love the extension, love the straightness in terms of lines, ones that's good on her feet and legs. You like the bone work underneath this female, and again, a very nice fleece. Loses out a notch in terms of hind saddle length and overall length compared to that class winner, but I think two nice ewes. Then we come to a ewe that, again, really good across her top. She's straight across her top, one that has some elegance, one that doesn't move quite as well as the two ewes that are going to stand directly ahead of her, one that when you get into the fleece, it's a nice enough fleece, maybe doesn't have quite the quality and character we're seeing in the top end. Then we come to a beautiful headed type of a sheep. Love the points about this sheep, love the breed type on it, and again, very, very nice fleece. Just shortens up too much, doesn't have quite that extension through the front end we're seeing in the three directly ahead. Then we have a large outline ewe on here in four. You love the silhouette of this ewe in terms of her size and scale. One that for me today, we need to change her off of both ends of her skeleton to be able to go ahead and move her. She's getting a little straight in terms of her angulation. I'd like to just relax her there. And boy, I think we could run her on up. Nice class of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Placing on the intermediate ewe lamb class for the National Cordell Show, first place goes to entry number 26, Peters 2200, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Second place to 29, Freeze 22017, Freeze Cordales, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to entry 27, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4 to entry 30, Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 28, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois.
Well, another really, really high quality set of females out here in this lineup. The ewe that, and I apologize for taking time, but I really like looking at them. It's fun when you're getting to evaluate really nice sheep, and that's what we've got out here in this top five. The ewe that I'm starting out with is just three-dimensionally. She's just a tremendous ewe, a ewe that's got a lot of femininity. She's good over a rack all the way out to her tail head. A ewe that when she walks to you and away from you has a lot of natural base width about her. She's cut deep into her flank. A ewe that's got a tremendous rear lower 1/3 of her leg. I guess that's where when I actually put my hands on them, she tended to be just a tick bigger or longer in that loin and in that rump than what the second place. But two phenomenal, 3, 4, all 5 of these ewes are phenomenal. But a really nice ewe to start the class off with. The second place ewe, another ewe that's got a lot of femininity about her. She's really up-fronted, clean, carries a lot of dimension over her rack all the way down to her tail set. Another ewe that really opens up in the center portion of her body, has a beautiful wedge shape, cut deep into her flank. A ewe that really carries a lot of meat down low in that hock, and that's really what set these first 2 sheep apart from that third place sheep, was the amount of lower leg that they had. We get into the third place, another phenomenally really high quality ewe, has a lot of femininity about her, really opens up in her center section. When I had all 3 of these ewes out and I had them analyzing them and looking at them, this ewe tended to cut up a little higher into her rear lower 1/3 of her leg, and was not as deep in that rear leg as what the first and second. But a ewe that you really have to appreciate, like I said, the femininity, the openness in the center portion of her body, and the dimension she carries all the way to her tail set. Then we get into the fourth place ewe, a ewe that didn't have the natural base width that the ewes above her did. A ewe that didn't carry the natural muscling that the 3 ewes, but a ewe that has a ton of femininity, very level in her lines. A ewe that you really have to appreciate when you get her on the profile. Then we get into the 5th place ewe, another ewe. She was cut up a little higher flank than what the other ones were that stood above her. Again, that leg does not want to carry down that rear lower 1/3 of the leg, that muscle. But a ewe that you really have to appreciate when you get her on the profile, the amount of femininity and bone that she carries. She's a little shorter hip too than the ewes that stood above her. But 5 phenomenal females. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Placing on the White Dorper Early Fall ewe lamb class, first place to 195, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio on East Star Livestock 2202. Second place to 203, Templeton Farms 2128, Wesley Glass, Sterling City, Texas. Third place to 196, East Star Livestock, St. Paris, Ohio. 4 to 205, Paisley Lord, Blanket, Texas. 5, 199, Josh Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. 6 to 202, Narrowgate Farm, Smithville, Tennessee. 7 to 194, Mace Lambert, Lockleed, Missouri. 8 to 198, Taylor Jane Binkley, Jolton, Tennessee. And 9 to 201, Mace Lambert, Lockleed, Missouri.
Out here in your Cordell ULAM's a difficult class to sort through and just decide what you're going to focus on out here. The ULAM we're bringing to the top of the class, I'll be the first to grant. I think she's a little larger frame than I particularly need them. She might be a little further along in her maturity pattern than I'm comfortable with. But when everything's said and done, she is arrow straight down her top. She's good on her feet and legs. You get in her fleece, and really a nice fleece on this female. She's long from that 13th rib on back when we set her into motion. Maybe I'm not certain about the way she moves off of her rear wheels, but we're kind of having that out here in this whole class for me today. Coming to you here in second, love the silhouette off the side. Extremely long-sided type of a sheep. I like the footwork at the ground. I like the fleece on this female. She's still really youthful about her head. She shows me some extension. That gets her into the second hole. We come to the ewe lamb here in 3 that I find really ideal off the side. I love the chest floor and the flank in this female. One that when you get into her fleece, beautiful, bold crimp fleece on this female. I'd like to shorten up her ear set. I'd like to change her about her muzzle today when we get and view her head on. If we could do that and maybe stretch her out, I think she runs to the top. She's certainly in the conversation. Coming to the young man here in 4, beautiful breed type. Again, we've been saying that all day. This ewe lamb's head is about spot on for what I'm looking for out here, and that really runs her up. Then you get into the fleece, really a uniform fleece. It's not the low quarter grade out here. It's in the finer end of the spectrum. But with that being said, super uniform, super white, super dense, just a really nice kind of a ewe lamb. We just need a little more of her. We need to stretch her out. We need to level her out to be able to go ahead and move her higher today. Rounding out the top lineup, an extreme type of a ewe lamb. You love the length. You love the silhouette of this sheep off the side, really extended. One that handles really good down its top as well. With that being said, she's the one that shows me the most in terms of in flatness from the side. She's the narrowest in terms of her base. And then when you when you get into her fleece and get down low, just doesn't have quite the character we're seeing at the top end. But boy, one that really paints a nice picture off to the side. Congratulations.
River, Illinois. 4 to entry 34, Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania. 5 to 37, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 6th place, Emma Peters, entry 33, Versailles, Ohio. 7 to 38, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And 8 to entry 39, Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Cordales. First place goes to Freeze Cordales, New Salem, North Dakota. Second, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Third, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. And fourth is Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania.
Again, a really nice set of junior ewe lambs as we worked our way through them and as we get out here and analyze them again. That first class was an awful good class. It was awful deep all the way through, and then we got into the lates and really some large frame females and some depth all the way down. That being said, it wasn't much of a secret. When we went through them, there was one that just had kind of everything I was looking for. The young lady out of the first class is going to be your junior champion. We're going to go back and follow with the second place out of that class for reserve.
junior champion ewe goes to entry 26 out of the intermediate ewe lamb class, Peters 2200, Emma Peters for Sales, Ohio. Reserve junior champion for the Cordales went to entry 29, second place in that intermediate ewe lamb class, Freeze 22017, Freeze Cordales, New Salem, North Dakota.
What another very nice set of females to come in. The ewe that I'm starting off the class, a super powerful ewe, a ewe that's got a tremendous amount of bone and natural muscle to her, a lot of expression coming over her rack all the way into her tail set, and that's where she sets herself apart from the second place ewe, is that length of hip. She just kind of dominates the class with that, and then when you get right behind her, a ewe that's just chock full of natural muscle into that lower one third of her leg. You get into the second place ewe, another ewe that's got a lot of femininity, really opens up in the center portion of her body, and I love that about her. Deep flanked, but when I started really looking at that rear one third, I think she gives up some length of hip to the first place. But a ewe that you really have to appreciate the amount of muscle that she has coming down into her rear one third of her leg. Then we get into the third place ewe, a ewe that I love the length of body. I love the way she opens up in the center portion of her body, but she comes to me more in pieces. She doesn't tie in. She's got a lot of femininity, but she doesn't tie in for me today as well as what the first and second place ewes do. But a ewe that you've really got to appreciate the length of body. Again, the way she opens up in the center portion of her body, her rib shape, and the amount of muscle and bone that she brings to the plate. Then we get into the fourth place ewe, another ewe that's got a lot of femininity, ewe that's long-sided. I don't think she has near the natural muscle or muscle expression that what the three ewes above her, but a ewe that you really have to appreciate when you get her on the profile. Then we get into the fifth place ewe, another ewe that's just got a lot of power about her, but she just does not want to open up in that center portion. If we could blow her apart and drop her down just a little bit, she would easily moved up. She also wants to give up some overall length in that hip, but you really have to appreciate the depth of flank that she has and the amount of muscle that she carries into that lower leg. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, again, congratulations all the exhibitors on the Cordell show. Certainly a nice set of females out here, and you can find what you're looking for within this in these four out here. Some nice fleeces on these sheep, sound at the ground. Just really nice kind of ewes. Today, taking nothing away from the reserves, I think there's two out front that both really represent kind of what I'm looking for, and they're different in their type and kind. That's for sure. I think you got a younger version. I think one with a beautiful fleece, like I said, she's the better top to the sheep. The one that, if you're comparing her against the yearling, maybe she doesn't have the bone work this yearling does. You get up in front of this yearling and really broad in terms of her chest. You like her about her head as well. One that I would like to maybe change her about her top if we're going to be picky. So those are things that are kind of going through my head out here as we analyze these two. I think both of them are awful good. Today we're going to go ahead. We're going to use the yearling ewe. We're going to come back and use the fall ewe lamb, or ewe lamb for reserve. Congratulations.
Grand Champion ewe for your National Corriedale Show goes to entry number 22 out of the yearling ewe class, our Senior Champion ewe, Craig 2114, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. The Reserve Grand Champion ewe was our Junior Champion ewe from the Intermediate ewe lamb class, entry number 26, Peters 2200, Emma Peters, Versailles, Ohio. Now ready for Best Headed Corriedale. Best Headed Corriedale. Placing on the White Dorper class of late fall ewe lambs, first place goes to 211. S Bar T Livestock 1579P, Caleb Welty, Evansville, Indiana. Second place to 206, Lazy 5 Ranch 5987, Joshua Wilson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Third place to 216, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. 4 to 214, Kyler Schmidt, Goldthwaite, Texas. 5 to 208, Hensley and Hudson Hortz, Zephyr, Texas. Sixth place to 213, Madison Henderson, Nowata, Oklahoma. 7 to 215, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. 8 to 212, Jess Vaught, Auburntown, Tennessee. And 9 to entry number 209, Darla Turley, Goldthwaite, Texas. 10, Grace Spooner, Lassasas, Tennessee. Placing on the Cordell Flock class for your national show. First place in the flock and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Second in the flock to Freeze Cordales, New Salem, North Dakota. Third to Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania. Best fleeced Cordale and best headed Cordale went to the same animal. They came out of the junior ewe lamb class, entry number 34. Claycomb 22-30. Zachary Claycomb, Everett, Pennsylvania. And that does conclude our National Cordale Show. Our judge has been Alex Wolf from Ohio.